a collection of the two. I want us to listen to the next person who truly is, and these are the insights for getting into the family. Earlier on, when Mama Ida Odinga told us about why and how each of the children were named, and perhaps one of those who exemplifies what you're saying, Linus, is a mix of the two. Rosemary, whose name the origin we now understand. Rose is Ida's mother. Mary is RAILA's mother. And together, Rosemary Odinga.
Hello? 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 Mimi leo sina mengi ya kusema. Niko hapa na watoto wangu. Huyu ni mtoto wangu wa kwanza, anaitwa Safi. Na huyu ni wangu wa pili, anaitwa Senai. Niko na mandugu zangu huko nyuma, Junior na Winnie.
Introducing Airtel VoLTE. Stay in control of the game while enjoying crystal clear HD calls with friends and loved ones. Whether you came in
Leo ni siku wa uchungu mwingi sana kwangu mimi. Najua nyinyi pia mnasikia uchungu mwingi sana. Kwa sababu hata baba alikuwa baba wetu, alikuwa baba zetu sote. Naomba niseme machache kwa Kiingereza tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, of course all protocols observed. I'm a bit today I'm feeling very, very sad. I did not anticipate to speak today, and there's so much I can say about Baba, but at the same time, we don't have enough time for me to say it all. To me, he was my advisor. He was a friend. He was also someone who understood me very well, and my children and my siblings. I remember the day I received the message. I was seated on the table, just finished my breakfast, and then my brother Junior called me, and he asked me where I was, and I told him, nimekaa kwa meza, I'm seated at the table. And then he asked me to sit down. I sit on the floor, or sitting on the table, or the seat at the table is good enough. I was so confused. But then Junior then told me that our father was no longer with us. Until today, it is still very difficult. Ni uchungu mwingi sana ambao tunahisi kama tunakuja na nyinyi pia, ndio tuombeleze na nyinyi pia, Kenya mzima na dunia nzima. Nataka tu kusema asanteni sana kwa kusimama na sisi, na tutaendelea kusimama pamoja, na Mungu abariki Kenya mzima na abariki dunia mzima. And thank you all. Asanteni sana. Mungu atupe nguvu. Mama, Mungu akupe nguvu. Thank you so much. Sina mengi ya kusema.
Rosemary Odinga there. These are the children who had to the country, and in some ways very literally, by the time the country was calling him Baba. That is something they called him as well, Linus, but now this is where we are. You know, one of the very interesting things, and it's great to see her there with her children, who are RAILA Odinga's grandchildren. And it just reminds me that, you know, once upon a time she was dabbling in the political public space and was quite effective, you know, when she went into Kibra. And I think just like we're saying with all of them, it isn't necessarily about the last name that they have, but the fact that on their own, they're able to stand on their own, to make a name for themselves in whatever field they choose, even in politics.
Yes, indeed. And Rosemary, indeed, when you look at the time she came out into the political space, that's between 2007 and 2013, actually even close to 2017, she came across as someone closest to her father's political ideology. And I think it was our political analyst here the other day who said that, you know, RAILA identified himself as a social democrat. And Rosemary at some point wanted to run for the Kibra parliamentary seat.
Yes.
And really everything was on course until she encountered some health challenges and required to go for treatment, and she pulled out of the race. But she is known to have participated in community service-related issues, especially in Kibra, where her foundation, the Key Empowerment Foundation, KEF, was really active. So in her own right, she was cutting her own niche. And what we don't know and what we'll have to wait and hear is whether she intends to come back and pursue the line that she had earlier indicated, that of joining elective politics. Now Winnie is a step in because she is a nominated East African Community member. Yeah. And the likelihood of heading to electoral politics is as clear as her speech earlier today.
Right, and we're getting this insight into this family, perhaps, and maybe this might be a rare occasion. I'm not sure when else or ever we will see them, mother and children, you know, all together on a platform, giving us very little, you know, small tidbits and insights into what it was like being, and what it continues to be like being a member of this family. And so, you know, we're just sort of peeking through the curtain a little bit, and I think that's what's most interesting and refreshing, and perhaps the most we will ever see. I don't think we will get any more insights than we're getting at this time between today and Sunday when we see the final send-off.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And what comes out is clearly their hearts are in public service to the to public.
Just like their father.
Just like their father, and just like their grandfather.
Right.
And the grandfather suffered a lot of profiling, and he suffered a lot in the political life that he pursued. Yet when you look at the totality of it all, it was never really about him and power. It was about how do we get things better in this in this country. And indeed, his resignation as vice president in 1966 is very telling. Because I think what had happened is the government just started ignoring him and not giving him any assignments. And he wrote to President Kenyatta and said, I shouldn't be wasting public resources sitting in an office that I don't have any duties. Which politician can do that right now?
And then the son was later to do it. Which
vice president or deputy president?
And the son was to later do it, resigning from his seat and seeking a fresh mandate. How many times have we seen politicians jumping from one political party to another in the middle of their term, going clearly against the laws of this country, openly espousing the principles of a different party when they got to the seat on a particular party? How many have we seen, and how many calls for resignation have we asked for as a people, which is to say you got onto, you got into this seat with this political party, which you told us had values XYZ. If you no longer feel like that party represents who you are, then resign from the party, leave your seat, seek a fresh mandate, and if indeed you are as principled as the people believe, then they will vote for you again. But even having the presence of mind to say, fine, a wise man, a fool never changes his mind, but a wise man does, and I have changed my mind. I am, differently convicted, and therefore I come to you seeking that mandate. How many of those actually ever do that? In fact, I think we all know a very famous refrain in this country: I will not resign, I will not resign, I will not resign. Yet, after Jaramogi the father did it, and then Raila Odinga did it and said, this party no longer speaks to my values and ideals. I step down, I resign, and then you go and seek a mandate on another. I mean, all of these examples are there, and there's a consistency in the traits and the principles and the values over decades of Jaramogi, of Raila, and indeed of the family. How many? And we see that even today.
Kenyan politics is such a difficult landscape when it comes to the application of what we call principles. And sometimes even we in media are dismissed as idealistic. Idealistic, yes. You're talking of a society that doesn't exist. And indeed, I remember one time I was in a press conference where Simeon Nyachae, who was then the country's finance minister, had been transferred to the Ministry of Regional Development or something like that. I need to recollect the ministry. But he rejected this transfer and resigned from cabinet. And you remember the background was he had told a gathering in Mombasa that the country was broke. And that really, really annoyed the government of President Moi. And they said, you are saying we are broke, so what is this? What are you talking about? And it was moved from Treasury. He, in a very rare happening, actually rejected that transfer and politely declined. So another politician who we met after that press conference asked us in Kiswahili, atakula principle. Yeah. And it looks like that is the bottom line when it comes to politics in this country. Yeah. You have to watch how far you go with your principles because everything comes down to a meal in this country. Well,
yes. That's usually what it is.
Yeah.
It's our turn to eat, isn't it?
It's our turn to eat.
But principles aren't on the menu.
Yes. Yet, actually, in this time of reflection, those are the things that we That's a good one.
Let's listen now as we continue with our reflections of the day today when Raila Odinga was accorded a state funeral with all its attendant honors. I want us to listen to his elder brother, Oburu.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, and our First Lady Mama Rachel, and all protocols observed. I have a very heavy heart to say farewell to my dear brother. Raila was more than a brother to me. He was my friend, he was my age mate, he was my advisor, and he was my confidant, and he was everything, including business partnership. We grew up together more or less as twins, because the difference between me and my brother is only 1 year and 2 months. And unfortunately, my brother passed on on my birthday, which is 15th October 1943. When we were growing together with my brother, we were in Bondo in Sakwa, though we were born in Maseno. But during that time, we were only 3 boys. And our mother was a disciplinarian more than our father. But my brother RAILA knew how to cook. Our father's mother told us that you, my boys, you are also my girls. You must learn to fetch firewood. You must learn to cook. You must learn to prepare everything, including washing clothes and ironing and so on. RAILA was best at all those things. The other thing RAILA was best at was in class. Me, I was average. I could be number 5, number 4, number 3 sometimes if I did well. But RAILA was always number 1. He was always number 1 in class. And I also want to tell you that RAILA was a sportsman. He was a sportsman. He used to do what we were calling triple jump. He used to play football, and he used to do pole vault. But I was better than him in jumping and in pole vault. I want to tell you that my brother loved justice from the beginning. He loved to hear news. And one day he was late in school, and when the teacher asked him what he was doing, he said he was still listening to the radio. He wanted to hear news. And he was only at standard 3, standard 4. So but RAILA was a no-nonsense man. He entertained no mediocrity. RAILA did not want mediocrity. If you came across him with lies or something mediocre, his left hand was very fast. He could give you something to teach you a lesson that you must always be truthful. He protected me and my brother, the later Gola, because he was more brave in confronting anybody who attacked us. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you the story of RAILA the whole day, but that is not my intention today. My intention is to tell you that even though my brother was almost the same age as me, but younger than me, I can tell you that I respected him as my leader in the political arena. And I want to thank my party, ODM, for making me the acting party leader of ODM, the oldest and the largest party in East and Central Africa. I will take that mantle with vigor, and I must assure you, my colleagues, that I will not disappoint. Even though the shoes of RAILA are too big to be filled. But I just want to try my best. I want to try my best. And now I would like to inform you that I'm also with my wife. My wives, I am a general. I have 2 of them. If I don't introduce them to you, they might feel jealous and refuse to give me food. There's my elder wife, Dr. Ann Ayo Oburu, is here. And come. This is the lady who took me out of boyhood. She is a doctor She is a pediatrician, and she is the one with whom we grew together. But I thought that now, at my age, I don't want her to scratch me. I don't want her to massage me. So I brought her helper, Judith Oburu. Judith Oburu. Judith Oburu here works with NSSF, and she is also an accountant by profession. So thank you very much, Your Excellencies. We have come here to mourn. Tomorrow we are moving home, and we shall talk to you again when you come to Bondo. And I thank you all for listening to me and giving me this opportunity to listen to you. But please keep the spirit of RAILA burning. We are going to keep the spirit of RAILA burning. You can see RAILA has siblings. You can see Junior has spoken here very well. You can see Winnie is there burning. You can see Rosemary is there burning. And you can see their mother, Ida, is here. Ida, please keep the family together and make sure that the fire of RAILA keeps burning forever and forever more. Thank you for listening to me. Oh, let me leave on. Asante, my brother, rest in peace. My brother, rest in peace. Greet for us, my dad, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Greet for us, our Mama. Greet for us, our Mama, our mother, Mama Mary Oginga. Greet for us, our father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Greet for us, all our brothers, Agola, Osewe, and Odima, who left before us. And greet for us, all of them. And I'm sure God the Almighty is going to welcome you with his hands there, because you were magnanimous, you loved God, and you loved people. That is what God also expected of you, and you have done your best. Rest, my brother. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, my brother. Thank you.
What rich history there, what an attempt to humanize Raila Odinga. But, you know, I also noted that once upon a time in this country, I believe I was a journalist when there was a press conference of a very different kind that was called on declaration of marital status in this country, and how many. So it was refreshing. I mean, it's almost like coming full circle. You witness a press conference where somebody wants to declare they only have one, and then you witness another press moment where somebody says, I have two, and here they are. That's on a lighter note.
A doctor and an accountant.
There you are. I mean.
We're talking careers here.
I mean. It doesn't get any more powerful than that. Wow. All right. So one of the things that I think is really important, like I was saying, is Oburu Odinga just humanizing his brother and humanizing their childhood and their upbringing. For a man that has been called the enigma of politics, and for whom there's been admiration and mystery, for whom I think we know, and we have such a great personal relationship with, even if you don't know him personally. But then again, it's still a mystery in the way he works. And for me, that was the highlight of this speech from his elder brother, even telling us the age difference. This is where we're born, this is how we were. And of course, his last rallying call, that you can see the families here, the families united, and urging Mama Ida Odinga to keep the family together, united and strong as they go forward. But it's always nice in moments like these, whether you are a public figure like Raila Odinga, or if this was a funeral service of any other kind, to remember people are human, and they're not perfect. and they're flawed, and they are great, and they are make decisions that one would agree with or not agree with, and that they hurt, and they go to school and they play sports, and all of those things. I think that for me was my takeaway from the speech from the senator.
It clearly comes across as a brother's keeper, and he's described the different levels of interaction with Raila Odinga. More tellingly, he acknowledges this was his leader when it comes to politics. When it comes to family, it's the other way around. Yeah. But when it comes to
most people think that managing blood sugar is just about avoiding sugar. Too much sugar. That's only part of the story. The real issue isn't just what you eat, but how your body responds to it. And if you don't understand what's happening on the inside,
in 2001, when Raila Odinga was named by President Moi as cabinet minister in charge of energy. And so he had this homecoming that started in Kisumu. And there was a major stop at Kenyatta grounds. And there was a little podium for the politicians to speak. And right in front are the press, ourselves, with cameras and all that. So at some point, we were being pelted and shouted at by the crowd. And I wondered why. And I wondered why.
Linus,
yes.
Sorry, can I just briefly interrupt for a moment? Siaya Governor James Orengo speaking in Bondo. We'll come back to that. Or is he speaking? All right.
Can we spread out a bit?
Spread out.
Spread out.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, I've just arrived from Nairobi, where you've been attending meetings of the National Funeral Committee, co-chaired by the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya and our Senator, Dr. Buru Oginga, who is now also the interim party leader of ODM. It is indeed a tragedy for us. For me, I never believed that such a day will come when we do not have Jacom around. Kenya has lost one of its most consequential sons and patriots. In fact, I can say without fear of contradiction that Raila Amolo Odinga is the greatest Kenyan that ever lived. And for that reason, I appeal all to our people in the entire Republic and in Nyanza and in Siaya to give us time and space
to have a distinguished send-off for our son and leader, RAILA Amolo Odinga. As you know, through the state and the President of the Republic of Kenya, there was a proclamation to give RAILA Amolo Odinga a state funeral. And for that reason, we are going to have guests from all over the world here in Bondo. The final journey ends here in Bondo and in Siaya. So we plead for calmness and peace as we mourn our hero, our legend, so that the world can see from the ceremonies and the functions that we are going to have that we really and truly loved him as our leader. I have had consultations with the committee here, the local funeral committee in Siaya, chaired by the county secretary, Mr. Joseph Ogutu, and assisted by Mr. Guela, and CS Wandai has just been here with us, and Honorable Chanda, the Member of Parliament for Bondo, is here. PS for Trade is also here, and many people are here to make sure that the arrangements go on as planned. I know and trust and believe in our people that the send-off is going to be distinguished, stately, and of a leader who was loved by his people. I know that the time we have had to organize this event, the send-off, 72 hours, just over 72 hours, can never really be enough. We are likely to have hiccups, but I hope all the stakeholders, and more particularly the national government, who are here round the clock, and our committee and the county government of Siaya, we are going to do all that is possible to make sure that all is ready for the funeral on Sunday. I'm glad and happy that the committee here has organized a place for vigil outside the family compound. We need to give the family a little peace, and in any case, this space is not enough. So I also want to use this opportunity to appeal to our people. There is a special area adjacent to the home that has been set aside that can host as many as 3,000 to 5,000 people, so that tomorrow, as the family prepares for the last journey on Sunday, they can have the peace and time to do all that. We, together with the leaders here, are going to be in consultation with the national government to make sure that all is done according to plan. We will probably take a long time before we can have another Kenyan like RAILA Amolo Odinga. It may take ages for us to produce somebody like RAILA Amolo Odinga, a fighter, a revolutionary, a democrat, and a fighter also for justice and prosperity in our land. He deserves the best, and he deserves a hero's send-off. So we'll make sure that all systems are in place for that great day of celebration of his life. Lastly, I also want to note that the committee has made arrangements for receiving dignitaries who may start arriving here from early in the morning tomorrow until the final journey on Sunday. And I am happy about those arrangements that have been made by the committee. Let me just say a little in Kijaluo. Anyo chakane wangi bura maratipo mane walungo siaka milongo ni sitiko siya investment trade and investment conference ne wangeyo ni thuolo ma week makoro waloro ni wabro bedo giloso makelo jomando e siaka bura no onego lore gi jatendwa Raila Odinga. So Raila.
That there is Governor of Siaya County, James Orengo. Of course, now it's starting to get dark out there. Interesting man, interesting times, interesting relationship that he's had with Raila Odinga throughout their time in public life. At times differing, sometimes very seriously going in different directions, coming back together. I believe even about this broad-based arrangement, they didn't always see eye to eye, and James Orengo always spoke his mind, even though, you know, they eventually then again were sort of on the same page once again on this broad-based arrangement before Raila passed on. But what an interesting relationship these two have had.
Absolutely, and they have never publicly declared, but they have shown, especially in the earlier stages of this political period that we're going to talk about, that they are competitors for some influence, especially at the regional level. Talk at the time that Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was alive, when he was the party leader of Ford Kenya, which was a party that was the second largest in parliament with 31 seats, and Ford Asili also had 31. Then there was some defection that tilted the scales in favor of Ford Kenya. And talk at the time was between Raila Odinga, the member of parliament for Langata and director of elections of Ford Kenya, and James Orengo, who was member of parliament for Uganda. The doyen of opposition politics, that is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, had a liking for Orengo. That of course is something that those in the know can help us take it further. But I want to talk about the later stages. In the later stages, especially in 2001 now, when Raila Odinga started embracing cooperation politics with President Daniel Arap Moi. Mm-hmm. Right in the opposite again was James Orengo. Right. They both happened to come from Siaya, even though Raila's political base has always been Nairobi. Yeah. And so Orengo was not happy with the direction Raila was taking at the region. And in the same event that I was talking about, I just mentioned that we met Oburu Odinga in the same year in Kisumu sports grounds, Kenyatta sports grounds. And these people were pelting us because we were standing in front of him. You know, the crowd got a bit hostile. And later when I asked what is the issue, they said they want to see Oburu Odinga. Why do they want to see Oburu Odinga? Because they said, if you've ever not seen, you had never seen what Jaramogi Oginga Odinga looks like, this is the closest it goes in resemblance, that Oburu Oginga looks exactly like the father. And that's the only reason that they were chasing us, so that they have a clear view of the speaker. And we moved, and that was the first time I knew, oh, this is Oburu Oginga. Yeah. Back to Orengo. Further up now in Uganda, Orengo was opposed to Raila's moves to lead Nyanza into the cooperation politics with President Moi, and so they took sides. And I went to Uganda to report on a fundraiser where the guest of honor was the Minister of Energy, Raila Odinga, who is the local MP in Uganda. The Harambe was in Uganda market. The local MP is James Orengo. Who, in those days, the way politics works, it works a bit like that even now. They locked him out. They didn't want the local MP because he's opposed to... so they said he shouldn't come to Uganda for this Harambe. And we went to the Harambe, and Raila arrived. And, of course, the state apparatus were now available for him. This is the minister for energy. The provincial commissioner at the time was Peter Aburu. And I interviewed him about the police roadblocks, because there are police roadblocks to block Orengo and Anyang' Nyong'o from going to Uganda. And in one of these roadblocks, Orengo tried to actually get there by bicycle. Motorbikes are not that common those days, but he tried to get there by bicycle. And it became a game between them and police. So again, they were in the opposite sides. It's later. Let me just explain how then he paid the price of differing with Raila Odinga. That was 2001. So Orengo decides, I'm going to my own direction, and decides actually in 2002 to run for president. People forget that James Aggrey Orengo was actually a presidential candidate in 2002, alongside others like Simon Nyachai, who was the Ford People presidential candidate. So Orengo runs for president in 2002, and of course it's a race to nowhere. He lost to Mwai Kibaki. The country was really around two candidates, Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta. So Orengo loses the election, and he learns his lessons.
And he was out for...
He's out for a whole term.
Yes, for 5 years,
For 5 years. Out for 5 years. Now in 2000, and the next election was 2007.
Now
back in the fold, Orange, and reunion with Raila. And I think what happened was the acceptance that the new leader in this region, really, without an argument, is Raila Amolo Odinga. And Orengo has not looked back since. Even when differing with, disagreeing with Raila right now, even with this broad-based issue, he never really took it to, what do I call it, aggressive levels. He would express himself, but still work with Raila one way or the other. So these two have had a very interesting relationship. Are they both politically aligned ideologically? I think so. Going by what I saw James Orengo doing in both Ford Kenya and then the subsequent parties, they think alike. When it comes to Peter Anyang' Nyong'o as well, he's a social democrat. And even tried to get Charity Ngilu to be president in 1997 through the Social Democratic SDP. And you know, they would explain themselves in social democratic ideologies. So I think in the end, Orengo came to recognize that Raila is ahead of him, both regionally and nationally
as well.
Because if you also compare the votes he got in 2002 in his race for president and the votes Raila Odinga got in his first race, which was in 1997, worlds apart. So in the end, you see him talking in glowing terms of Raila Odinga, because it looks like, I mean, a lot of people will come to this universal conclusion that probably we now in death know Raila Amolo Odinga better than we knew him in life.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about Oburu, you know, his brother, his elder brother, and what we were learning from that.
Yes, and
relationship there.
I wish Joseph Bonyo was around to explain to us the family matrix, because seniority among the Luos, just like most of African societies, your elder brother is the boss when it comes to home affairs, but when it comes to other external issues, it is merit.
Right.
And clearly, the political wind was with Raila Amolo Odinga. And then there's something he tells us there, just who Raila was, stubborn. And I think it is in the book, Raila's autobiography, that he talks about their relationship as boys. I think the car breaks down at Ngong Road, and Raila says, "Let's walk home. Don't waste time." So there are a lot of those personal anecdotes, but it leaves no doubt that they were close. The other thing that we also came to establish later in their life is Oburu Oginga was quite influential on the decisions of his brother.
Yeah, yeah.
And not that it was easy to control Raila's decisions.
I think there's many people
when you talk to many people who work with him, he seemed to work from the decision backwards. Then you have to fit in.
Yes.
And I think Oburu Oginga knew that, and he was quite influential when it came to what Raila wants and where he gets.
Yeah. Interesting sibling and family dynamics I think we got to witness there on both the public and the private front as well. This was, of course, a state funeral, and the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, made his remarks as well. Let's listen into a little bit of that, and then we can talk about it.
Fellow citizens, friends of Kenya from across the world, distinguished guests, every once in a generation, there comes a leader whose impact transcends their moment, whose courage inspires change, and whose vision shapes destinies. My brother, Raila Amolo Odinga, was one such leader. Across space and time, there are few exceptional persons who, when summoned by the call of history, rise to meet the challenges and opportunities of their time with indomitable vigor, with absolute conviction, and with unwavering valor.
Extolling the virtues there of a man he worked closely with in the run-up to his passing. Obviously, also another long, rich history of a relationship between the two, sometimes checkered, but people who had worked together in different capacities in political life, all the way from YK92 and those beginnings, which we want to trace here in a moment, and we want to get a little bit more on that. In a moment, another man who will spare some time for that, another man who also spoke was Uhuru Kenyatta. And of course, all of this just shows you how interwoven Raila Odinga was in every political facet, in every political party arrangement in this country. Let's listen to former President Uhuru Kenyatta first, and then we will come back and analyze as we close his relationship with the current President of the Republic of Kenya.
Historia ya ungatuzi na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wananchi kule mashinani wana uwezo ya kujiongoza na kujitawala na kuwa na viongozi ambao wanatekeleza shida za wananchi kule chini. Haiwezi andikwe bila ya jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. In short, nasema vipi? Nasema hivi. Raila ametuacha kimwili, lakini ndani za roho yetu, ndani ya spirit ya Kenya, ataendelea kuishi miaka na miaka tukisonga mbele. Wenzetu, Raila alipenda amani. Raila alipenda umoja wa taifa letu. Raila alifurahia akiona Wakenya wakiungana, wakishirikiana, wakijenga taifa lao pamoja. Raila alikuwa mtetezi wa haki ya kila mtu. Pahali ambapo alikuwa anaona hakuna haki, Raila ndio alikuwa wa mbele hapo kuhakikisha ya kwamba haki zimepatikana.
So, two presidents there speaking about this man, two presidents who've each had some very interesting relations with Raila Odinga.
He once described his relationship with Raila Odinga as special, and when, of course, questions are being raised in his final term about his closeness to the then opposition leader, he said that we don't understand it. It's a deeper understanding. I hope you remember that statement that was made in the Holy Family Basilica during the memorial service for the late Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, that is Uhuru Kenyatta's father. It's interesting how the three, it's a troika of contrasts and ironies, clashes, and I mean, this the Kenyatta, Jaramogi households, and then you bring in William Ruto, who was then running for president. It's been a very, very interesting mix that they're both brought together and again divided by the same person, from what they are telling us. But in this day now, today, it's a meeting point where both of them say, this was a good man. Half of that, of course, should be about, of course, in moments like this, you will rarely hear people saying anything bad about the dead. But Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga started off first as rivals politically. Because the deeper understanding now, it should come to our knowledge, is these are families that have worked together since the 60s. Their fathers were president and deputy and vice president. So they have been, politically, they were in the same estate, growing up together and all that. But it was not until the year 2002, actually late 2001, that now again they came together. This time finding themselves in the ruling party at the time, the Kenya African National Union, when President Moi brought in Uhuru Kenyatta. And it should be stated here that Uhuru Kenyatta was brought in by President Moi in a very manual way, because he was never present in the political scene. So what President Moi did first was to introduce him as, appoint him chairman of the
Kenya Tourism Board, KTB.
He served there, and then now Moi's time in office was coming close to an end, and he was starting to look for a successor. And he then created room in Parliament for Uhuru Kenyatta to be nominated as Member of Parliament. And he did this by asking Mark Too, his close confidant, who was a nominated member, to forfeit his, to resign from Parliament. And Mark Too resigns, and Uhuru Kenyatta walks into those,
takes his place,
those shoes. And what the President Moi then did after that was to make Uhuru Kenyatta a Member of Parliament, and then immediately appoint him Minister for local government. Now, local government, there's a reason why he did it, because local government was, as the word suggests, a big deal. It means, you have access to the regions, to the councillors of those
were
days.
Very powerful and very grassroots.
The county councils. So it was Moi's genius way of very quickly creating a presidential candidate within a year and or is it a year and a half? And so later on, 2002, Raila Odinga, 2002 March, Raila Odinga joins KANU as Secretary General and decides, hey, we should have a free contest, not appointive. Not appointive. Yeah. And they differed there. We have absolutely no records of hostility between the two, except very, well, can I say, snide campaign rhetoric.
Yes, later.
Yeah, you know, Raila Odinga liked using football analogy to attack his opponents, and in the 2002 campaigns, trying to separate the difference between Uhuru and Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki, the candidate he was supporting, he went into some football commentary, you know, suggesting that Uhuru kept losing the ball. The other things that he said that I don't think they are suitable.
That's not.
For copyrighted football commentary. And that passed. And of course, Uhuru lost the election to Mwai Kibaki, who was supported by Raila Odinga. Later on, we know Uhuru Kenyatta pursued his own journey, that is supporting Mwai Kibaki. Again, the regional thing now comes to play, where you go back home. And the candidate that Raila Odinga supported is now supporting Uhuru Kenyatta, almost entirely out of regional considerations. And Uhuru Kenyatta runs against Mwai Kibaki against Raila Odinga in 2013, and Uhuru Kenyatta wins. The rest is history. Until 2017, when he won a second term in an election across two rounds, an election that I must say really poisoned the air and I suspect even relations between the two of them, because it was a brutal race, even considering what was said.
The humiliating defeat of the Supreme Court.
Yes,
you know, that nullifies a win.
The whole atmosphere was really bad, and of course, changes tune in 2018. Handshake happens.
Yes.
And later, 2022, Uhuru Kenyatta supports Raila Odinga, most unexpected. You could see from the tone today, he was very comfortable. This was a stadium, and if this was a football match between Uhuru Kenyatta and President William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta was having a home match.
It was before his home crowd.
Before his home crowd. You could sense his comfort, you know. And he spoke for long, you know. And I was trying to follow that speech, and I think I told you earlier that it was mostly an intention to say something. He never
quite got to
never quite got there.
Yeah.
But the atmosphere was so okay for him that he kept, you know, talking. So, in the end, as Raila goes to the grave, I think the relationship with him, with Uhuru Kenyatta, can be described as good.
Yeah.
And then we go to President Ruto. A lot has also gone on between President William Ruto and former Prime Minister, the late Raila Odinga. Again, not to go into the long history, but their relationship, again, similarly to Uhuru.
KANU.
It's KANU days.
KANU,
and in 2002, one became Secretary General, and the other one became Director of Elections. And I think, I need to check that, Organizing Secretary of KANU. Then what united them, what brought them together is their joint opposition to Mwai Kibaki's proposed Constitution of Kenya in 2005. And if you just allow me to very quickly explain why they got together, it was because both felt aggrieved by how they were treated after the election of 2002. Raila Odinga's LDP felt aggrieved because the MOU was never honored, the MOU that would have seen Raila becoming Prime Minister.
Yes.
And KANU felt aggrieved, again, on regional concerns. And this has to be said. What the President Kibaki administration did immediately after coming to office, it was seen as targeting people from a certain Moi era appointees. And as all these guys keep doing when they get to power, they pack government with people of their region. Yeah. So much so that when you do changes, quite a lot from that region actually will have to go. Yeah. And that never pleased the Rift Valley, especially the Kalenjin base. And so in the 2005 referendum, nobody read that document. I don't believe anybody read anything to do with that constitution. It was just, oh, is this coming from Kibaki?
Then no.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. So when Kivutu came up and said there is a banana for yes and there's an orange for yes. No, William Ruto and Raila Odinga, no, definitely the orange for us. Yes. And Kibaki went with the banana and failed because the 2005 referendum on a new constitution was more about settling scores of the post-2002 election dispensation than
the MOU.
And there were a lot of political grievances to be solved. Now, in 2005, after that, Raila Odinga and William Ruto appeared to have realized they have tested a machine that works perfectly. Remember, they won the referendum. They defeated Mwai Kibaki. So the same machine
na mkicheza na hiyo chungwa
itakuwa chama. Yeah, chungwa itakuwa chama na chungwa ikakuwa chama. Chungwa ikakuwa chama and in it was Raila Odinga, in it was William Ruto, and they went to the 2007 election
together,
which I again say they won. Kriegler says we don't know who won, but I think the numbers, you people in economics say numbers don't lie. Yeah, numbers don't lie, 2007. But of course we know what happened, post-election violence and all that. Now, why did Ruto and Raila part ways? ICC.
Yeah.
When ICC was brought, the International Criminal Court was brought up as one of the ways of addressing the post-election violence. Ruto and his side believe Raila never stood firm on their side.
Yes.
And they felt he was going to give them out to the ICC, which explains why in 2013, the race became one between Raila Odinga and the ICC suspects.
On the other, yeah.
Because remember, the two ICC suspects actually represent the two sides that went to conflict in 2007. And so ICC separated Raila Odinga and William Ruto. And ICC, I must say, was one of the most mishandled episodes in the history of this country. It demonstrated lack of leadership internally. Because I remember, you know, there were all these options, including, say, form a national process that will address that. Of course, this was a soft landing by the international community, that you guys, you know, you don't have to come out here and embarrass yourselves. You can form a local process. And what happened? We had, don't be vague,
go to Hague.
Go to Hague.
Yeah.
And it ended up being an embarrassment. How we ended up in the ICC for tribal clashes.
We had...
And tribal animosities, which we still have up to date. That was an undeserved presence in the international stage.
Absolutely.
We didn't deserve that kind of limelight. It was something that was supposed to have been sorted here. But lack of leadership, which again will tell you when we started dropping the ball.
Yeah. As we conclude, because we have just a minute or two before we hand over to Mashirima Kapombe, we've talked about who was there, some of the iconic speeches that were made and the relationships that we were able to understand. There was one person who, and by my check, was missing. Did we see the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua at this state funeral? I don't think so.
Maybe we need to check our drone shots. I don't know.
We should. We should go through that drone footage again.
With the help of Monica.
Monica, you need to help us with that one. But interesting, if indeed he didn't make an appearance, we'll perhaps one day analyze the relationship that former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua had with Raila Odinga, particularly in the last few days of his life, and some of the controversial statements that were made there. If indeed he was not present, as I suspect, I think it was a missed opportunity. you know, for a moment, like we're all saying, this was forgiveness, this was moving past, this was perhaps a healing moment, but we shall see in the days and weeks to come.
Again, yes, you're right. It's a missed opportunity, and I think the whole bunch of the current generation of leaders need to know when to play politics and when to rise in the collective stage that portrays Kenya correctly in terms of our levels of maturity, because there are moments that are unity moments, and a moment like this also can be such an opportunity. But again, I mean, we have to be mindful of the many variables and other sensitivities that, considering the kind of rhetoric that has been there between the various leaders, especially in the run-up to the 2022 election and the post-2022 election, and then 2024, the Gen Z scenario, and the post-Gen Z scenario. There are a lot of things that have been said. There are a lot of things that have happened, including the impeachment of the former deputy president. So out there, there's so many wounds, and there's so many scars that can be pricked afresh. Yeah. Maybe in Gachagwa's, former DP Gachagwa's consideration, how would Raila Odinga's supporters react to his presence? Right. And sometimes it's something as simple as a logical consideration like that, because you don't want to go and get booed or exposed to quite a situation. And then there's the unfortunate thing that he had said the other day about viruses and his illness and bacteria. You know, it reminds me, and I make this really short. There was a minister called Peter Okondo. Peter Okondo was Minister of Labor in Moi's government in 1990, and he told the bishop that we are talking about, Bishop Alexander Kipsang Muge, not to step in Bussi, or he'll see fire and not leave alive.
And we know what happened.
Alexander Muge went to Katakwa Diocese in Bussi, Katakwa, and then left and died in Tarbo in a road accident. He was hit by a lorry driven by a now deceased driver called Nikono from Western Kenya, and he died. So Okondo was forced to resign because it's what he said that may not even have any relationship with the road accident. But then Gachagua talks about viruses and bacteria, and Raila dies, not of the viruses and bacteria, which I think it was giving maybe a poor choice of a joke out there.
And there we are. My goodness, what an afternoon of rich history. And that continues. The great Mashirima Kapombe is here.
Hiyo ndio mara ya kwanza nimecheka katika huu muda wote. Lakini nadhani ni jambo ambalo ni la kawaida. Kwamba ni njia yetu sote, japo bado tunaomboleza. Kuna pia mambo ambayo Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga alikuwa anafanya aliyotufurahisha, na tunamkumbuka kwa hayo. Na hata mtoto wake Winnie Odinga alivyokuwa anatoa hotuba yake alitukumbusha kicheko chake. Nadhani hakuna ubaya hata tukicheka hata kidogo.
Hata kwa muda kama huu. Asante sana. Usukani ni wako.
Naam.
Chukua.
Asante sana Ivono Kwara Matole pamoja na mkubwa wangu Linus Kaikai. Tukiwa tunaendelea na matangazo haya mubashara kuhusiana na maandalizi ya mazishi ya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Hii leo kumekuwa na hafla ya kitaifa iliyofanyika katika uwanja wa Nyayo, ambapo kuna hotuba za kugusa ambazo ziliweza kutolewa na familia pamoja na viongozi wa serikalini wakiongozwa na Rais William Ruto pamoja na Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta. Na muda mfupi baada ya hapo, wananchi walipata fursa ya kutoa heshima zao za mwisho kwa Mheshimiwa Raila, na baadaye mwili wake ukapelekwa katika makafani ya Lee ambapo atalala huko hadi hapo kesho, ambapo atasafirishwa hadi katika kaunti ya Kisumu. Lakini muda wote kutoka sasa tutakuwa tunasubiria tangazo rasmi kutoka makao makuu ya naibu wa rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki, ambaye anaongoza kamati hiyo andalizi ya mazishi ya Mheshimiwa Raila, ili waweze kutueleza ni yapi ambayo yanatarajiwa hivi leo. Na wanahabari wetu wako huko ili kuweza kutueleza tu yale ambayo yatakuwa yanajiri muda mfupi kutoka sasa, kutoka kwa makao makuu ya naibu rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki. Karibu tuendelee kukupasha. Mwili wa hayati Raila Odinga kwa sasa uko katika makafani ya Lee ukisubiri kusafirishwa hadi jijini Kisumu kesho asubuhi. Mwili huo unahifadhiwa kwenye makafani ya Lee na utasafirishwa kwa ndege hadi Kisumu. Awali, kamati ya mazishi ilikuwa imepangia mwili wa hayati Raila kukesha nyumbani kwake mtaani Karen baada ya kuondoka katika uwanja wa Nyayo. Hata hivyo, ratiba ilibadilishwa ili kuwezesha mwili kuhifadhiwa vizuri na kurahisisha usafiri asubuhi. Hafla ya kumpa Raila mkono wa buriani jijini Kisumu itafanyika Jumamosi katika uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta, ambapo mamia ya watu na viongozi mbalimbali watahudhuria. Shughuli nzima ya maombolezo na mazishi sasa imehamia katika kaunti za Kisumu na Siaya, ambapo umma watapata fursa ya kutazama mwili wa hayati Raila Odinga ikiwa imeandaliwa ama shughuli hiyo ikiwa imeandaliwa jijini Kisumu. Maandalizi ya kumpa mkono wa buriani aliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu Raila Odinga yameshika kasi katika uga wa Jomo Kenyatta, ambapo waombolezaji wanatarajiwa kufurika hapo kesho. Katibu wa Wizara ya Usalama Raymond Omolo amesema uwanja huo utasalia wazi kuanzia leo jioni ili kutoa nafasi kwa waombolezaji kufika kwa wakati unaofaa. Kwa sasa tunaungana naye Rt.Hon kutuarifu shughuli zinazoendelea jijini Kisumu wakati huu. Laura.
Na mashirima hapa katika kaunti ya Kisumu, shughuli ambayo inaendelea ni kwamba kuna hafla ambayo ilikuwa imeandaliwa na serikali ya kaunti ya Kisumu ikiongozwa na gavana wa Kisumu Nyong'o na baadhi ya viongozi kutoka kaunti hii. Lakini mapema kulikuwa na maandalizi, maana itakumbukwa kwamba mwili wa hayati Raila Odinga unatarajiwa kufika katika kaunti hii Jumamosi asubuhi saa 2. Na hapo awali tulikuwa katika uga huo na tulikuwa tunaangalia matayarishi na tulikuwa tumeandaa taarifa ifuatayo.
Saa chache kabla ya mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu hayati Raila Odinga kuwasili katika uwanja wa michezo wa Jomo Kenyatta huko Mamboleo, wakazi wa Kisumu tayari wamemiminika kwenye uwanja huo, baadhi wakinakili kumbukumbu zao. Huku maandalizi yakifikia dakika za lala salama, mamia ya waliofika hapa tayari wamelemewa na majonzi wakisubiri kuutazama mwili wa kinara wao.
Niko na ushungu, siwezi kukula hata kulala. Kutangu Raila Odinga kufe, kulala imenishinda, hata kukula imenishinda. Ndio naongea na sauti kidogo, sina nguvu. Tusikwe na kuvurugana, tupange tu line.
I also want to urge leaders that they shun from succession politics. This is not the time to play succession politics. What we need right now is peace and unity as one people, because that's what Raila Odinga advocated for. Joey! Joey!
Maafisa wa usalama tayari wanashika doria katika uga huo ulioko Mamboleo, huku waziri wa usalama akisema kuwa mipango yote imekamilika kabla ya hafla ya Jumamosi.
We expect members of the public at the very least to be in or start streaming in by 7 a.m. in the morning. So the order of events is that as soon as the body is here, there will be no public speeches. There will only be a quick prayer by the clergy, and then the process of viewing will begin, and it will go on until 2:30, latest 3 p.m. for the body to be moved to Bondo.
It is a solemn occasion tomorrow. It is a mourning, not a merrymaking or a feast. So we request the people to come here early. There will be marshals showing people how to line so that everybody gets an opportunity to see the Prime Minister and then leave.
Kulingana na kamati ya maandalizi, waombolezaji wanaweza kufika uwanjani humo kuanzia Ijumaa ili kusubiri kupokea mwili wa Odinga na kutoa heshima zao za mwisho.
Mungu aweke baba mahali peponi.
Rt.Hon, runinga ya Citizen.
Na hivyo ndio ilikuwa taswira hapo awali katika uga wa Jomo Kenyatta, ambapo mwili wa Raila Odinga utatarajiwa. Lakini kama unavyoona, kuna watu ambao halaiki, watu ambao wako hapa na mshumaa, na wanasema kuwa wamefika kutoa rambirambi ama kufanya kumbukumbu ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga. Na niko hapa na baadhi ya viongozi. Anza kwa jina na utuambie ni kwa nini mliamua kufanya hafla hii leo?
Sasa tumeamua kujitayarisha kwa matarajio ya kufikisha mwili wa Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga hapa. Unajua kuna uvumi ilikuwa imeenea sana huko Nairobi, ati ile kitendo kilifanyika airport na Kasarani, ati Kisumu itakuwa wazi. Hapana, watu wa Kisumu wamelight candle leo na amani, wafanye mwili ya Raila na roho yake ikuwe spiritualized, ikuwe vizuri, waombe usiku. Ndio unaona watajiandaa na mshumaa hapa na white handkerchief moja kwa moja mpaka saa 10 usiku Mamboleo na vuvuzela, na waombe kabisa. Na ni watu wa amani wameamua kufika huko mapema na kuangalia mwili. So ni kuendelea kueneza uvumi ati kuna mfurukano itakuwa hapa, kuna tabia mbaya itakuwa hapa. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Raila alikuwa anapendwa, na tangu tusikie kifo yake hakuna kitu imeharibika Kisumu, na atakaribishwa na amani.
Naam, shukrani sana. Pia pengine nizungumze pia na msichana hapa, naona mama, karibu. Anza na jina na unaambie unatarajia nini hapo kesho wakati ambapo mwili wa Raila utafika.
Kwa majina naitwa Rosemary Otieno. Kesho sisi tuko hapa na sisi tumependa Raila, tunatembea kwa amani hata vile tuko hapa. Pale roundabout Kondele pia tuko na the same thing tunafanya, tumewasha candle and then tunataka kukaa mpaka asubuhi, hatulali leo kama tunangoja Raila. Sisi tuko na amani, we have peace. Peace kabisa. Hakuna chenye imetendeka vibaya.
Hata naona vijana hapa, kuna vijana wadogo watanashati. Anza na jina unaambie unatarajia nini wakati ambapo mwili wa Raila utafika hapo kesho.
Kwa majina naitwa Clinton Ochengo Odhiambo. Mimi ni mkazi wa Kisumu. Tunatarajia tukue na amani sisi kama watu wa Kisumu. Tumehuzunika sana sisi kama Wakenya na vijana. Tumepoteza mtu mkubwa sana kwa maisha yetu. Sasa tunaomba tu amani wakati wowote, wakati mwili utafika kesho, tutampokea Raila kwa heshima lake hadi tutakapompeleka ukule Bondo. Ni Mungu tu, asanteni.
Haya, shukrani sana. Pengine pia nichukue wa mwisho. Anza na jina unaambie kesho baada ya kutazama mwili utaenda mpaka Bondo ama itakuwaje?
Kwa majina naitwa Brevali na Sheng. Tumempoteza mtu mkubwa sana. Tunalia sana Kisumu. Tunaomba Mungu aiweke mahali pema roho yake. Kesho baada ya kumuona moja kwa moja tutaenda hadi Bondo kumpumzisha mahali ambapo alizaliwa. Asante.
Naam, shukrani sana. Kama ulivyosikia basi ndio taswira iliyo hapa. Kama unaona kuna wengi ambao wameweka mishumaa, kila mmoja amesema anakuja kutoa heshima zake za mwisho kwa hayati Raila Odinga ambaye mwili wake utafikishwa katika uga wa Jomo Kenyatta eneo la Mamboleo hapo kesho. Na kama ilivyoratibiwa na katibu katika Wizara ya Usalama Raymond Omolo, alisema kuwa hafla yenyewe itaanza saa 2 asubuhi mpaka saa 8:30 ama saa 9. Kwa hivyo mbivu na mbishi tutajua hapo kesho wakati ambapo mwili wenyewe utafika katika uga wa Jomo Kenyatta eneo la Mamboleo, kaunti ya Kisumu.
Naam, shukran Laura hapo kutoka kaunti ya Kisumu. Bila shaka ukitaka kujua mtu anapendwa, angalia jinsi ambavyo watu wanajitokeza wakati anafariki. Kwingineko, hayati Raila Odinga atazikwa Kang'o ka Jaramogi huko Bondo, kaunti ya Siaya siku ya Jumapili. Waombolezaji wanazidi kumiminika nyumbani kwa Raila huko Opoda Farm, Bondo, wakisubiri kumpumzisha. Jamaa na marafiki wa familia ya Jaramogi Oginga Odinga wanaendelea na shughuli ya kuandaa kaburi la hayati Raila Odinga huko Bondo. Shughuli hiyo ilianza siku ya Alhamisi usiku na imeendelea leo katika boma la mzee Jaramogi, Kang'o ka Jaramogi, ambapo mazishi yatafanyika Jumapili. Sam Gituku anafuatilia matukio hayo na sasa anaungana nasi mubashara kwa mengi zaidi.
Naam, asante Mashirima. Ni kweli tungali katika boma la Raila Odinga. Hapa ni Opoda Farm ambapo shughuli zimekuwa zikiendelea. Niko ndani ya sebuleni mwa Raila Odinga ambapo tuko na baadhi ya wafanyakazi ambao waliweza kufanya kazi kwa karibu sana na familia hii ya Odinga. Kuna kiti kilichoko nyuma yangu, hiki naambiwa ni cha mama Aida Odinga, hatuwezi kuketi pale. Kuna kiti cha Raila Odinga ambacho kimeweza kufunikwa kwa kitambaa cheupe kuashiria mwanya ambao umewachwa na kifo cha Raila Odinga. Tutakuwa tukizungumza na hawa wafanyakazi ambao wamekuwa ni kama familia, wamekuwa ni kama jamii kwa Raila Odinga. Lakini kabla ya hayo tuweze kuletea taarifa ambayo tuliweza kuiandaa tulipofika katika upande huo wa Kang'o ka Jaramogi kunakoandaliwa kaburi la Raila Odinga. Shughuli ya kuandaa mapumziko ya milele ya mwili wa mwenda zake Raila Odinga haijawa nyepesi. Ilianza Alhamisi usiku, waliopewa jukumu hilo wakitumia mashine kuchimba kaburi, saa chache baada ya Daktari Oburu Oginga, nduguye Odinga, kuelekeza atakapozikwa mwenda zake. Hii leo vijana walikuwa mbioni kupambana na ugumu wa kijiwe, wakitumia vifaa tofauti kwa umakini wasizidi vipimo. wakifahamu fika umuhimu wa jukumu lao hapa kuandaa makao ya milele ya mwili wa kiongozi waliyemwenzi.
Raila ni baba yangu, sasa tumeamua kuchimba kaburi ya baba yetu.
Kazi inaendelea, naona
ni ngumu lakini tunapambana naye. Tumaliza, hii itaisha.
Wageni nao wakipata nafasi ya kipekee kushiriki. Mapema Ijumaa, mti uliokuwa kando ya mnara na kaburi la Jaramogi Oginga, babake Odinga, uliondolewa kutoa nafasi zaidi kwa kaburi la Odinga. Kufikia Ijumaa jioni, shughuli ilikuwa ingali inaendelea, ikikusudiwa kwamba watakapokamilisha kaburi litajengwa kuliandaa kwa namna mwafaka inayostahiki kiongozi Raila. Wakati wote huu, maandalizi yalizidi katika chuo kikuu cha Jaramogi Oginga Odinga kutakapoandaliwa ibada ya mazishi siku ya Jumapili, ikiwa baadhi ya hatua za mwisho katika safari ya Odinga duniani. Naam, hiyo ndio taswira ilivyokuwa katika upande wa Kang'o ka Jaramogi. Hivi jioni tumeweza kupata picha zaidi kwamba kazi hiyo ilikuwa ingali inaendelea. Kuna ugumu ambao umeweza kushuhudia, lakini ni kweli kwamba watakuwa kitamatisha ifikapo hapo kesho, ndio hiyo shughuli nyingine ya kuweza kujenga kaburi hilo kuweza kuanza. Lakini sasa wacha tuzungumze na baadhi ya hawa wafanyakazi ambao wameweza kushirikiana na familia hii kwa muda sasa. Tutaweza kuanza naye Patrick Okelo ambaye ni msimamizi ama baadhi ya wafanyakazi ambao ni muhimu sana katika boma hili. Labda Patrick, unaweza kunieleza ulivyopokea taarifa hizi na pia uhusiano wako na familia ya Raila Odinga?
Naam, kwanza nasema pole kwa Wanakenya na pole kwa familia na pole kwa wafanyikazi kama sisi. Ni pigo kubwa sana kwa sisi. Tumepoteza baba, tumepoteza mtu maarufu sana, mtu mungwana. Sisi kama wafanyikazi bado hatujapona, hatujatulia. Hata shughuli kufanya ni ngumu, tumezoeana na baba. Baba alikuwa mtu akiamka ni kupiga maraundi, kufanya mazoezi na kwenda kwa shamba kujulia mang'ombe hali, makondoo, mambuzi na kadhalika. Alikuwa anaongea na kila mtu, ambapo akishatoka kwa shamba kuja kwa nyumba, baba atacheka, alafu kidogo anakupea kitu unaweka kwa mfuko. Sasa ni uchungu sana kama sisi.
Poleni sana. Benson, umeniambia wewe ni mtoto wa hapa. Labda hiyo imaanisha nini na unamkumbuka vipi baba?
What I can say, I want to say thank you. I want to say sorry for the loss of Kenya, because we have lost a big person. To me, I've lost a father to me, because since class 1, I've been living with Baba, and Baba has been a father to me, and he has taught me up to the tertiary level of education. So I've lost a father. I've lost a very important person to me, and I have nobody to fill the gap. So I'll just urge Kenyans to remain calm, and maybe naweza muomba rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ajaribu tu kusimama na sisi, ajaribu kusimama na mama ili asimame na wafanyikazi, ili asizidi wafanyikazi wasifail. Baba ameenda, azidi kusaidia wafanyakazi benye baba alikuwa anafanya juu hiyo ndio itaziba hiyo pengo yenye iko. Asante sana.
Asante sana na poleni mnavyoendelea kumuomboleza Raila Odinga. Lakini Judith, wewe umekuwa ukifanya kazi na mama Aida Odinga, labda kwa ukaribu sana. Uliweza kunieleza kwamba ni zaidi ya miaka 30 iliyopita ambao ulianza uhusiano huo. Wewe unamkumbuka vipi Raila Odinga, na ni kipi ambacho unaweza kutuambia kuhusiana na uhusiano wako naye?
Kwanza kabisa naitwa Judith Owino. Na ningependa sana kutuma rambirambi zangu kwa mama Aida, na Junior na Rosemary na Winnie kumpoteza baba, na pia ningetaka kusema asante sana kwao kwa kukubali kuwe na baba awe kama baba yetu, because Baba, even as a boss, he was more than a boss. He was like a figure, father to all of us at East Africa Spectre. Baba, the first thing he would come, he would go to every office and greet each and everybody and ask you about your family. Kwa hivyo tumempoteza baba, ni uchungu sana, na hiyo pengo atuoni ni nani atajaza. Tunamwombea Mungu aendelee kusimamisha mama, ili mama aendelee kutuangalia vile amekuwa akituangalia na vile wamekuwa akituangalia na baba. Asante.
Naam, tuseme nawe Joan Atieno, umeniambia kwamba wewe ni house manager hapa Opoda Farm. Labda umefanya kazi na familia hii kwa muda upi na hisia zako wakati huu?
Asanteni sana. Kwanza kwa jina ni Joan Anguta Matieno. Mimi nimefanya hapa kwa muda ni kitu 25 years nikiwa na baba na mama ambayo wamekuwa ni wazazi wangu. Kwanza kabisa ni pole kwa mama na familia yetu. Nimekuwa hapa kama mtoto wa nyumba, na ile huzuni yenye ninayo kwa baba. Baba alikuwa ni baba plus, na mimi ndio nilikuwa ni mtu wa kwanza kuona baba asubuhi, na tena ni mtu wa mwisho kufumba. Saa jameni, niko na huzuni kubwa, sina mengi ya kuongea kwa baba. Mungu amweke mali pema peponi. Asanteni.
Asante sana Mama John, na pole sana kwa msiba. Lakini Boniface Oginga, pia nawe mfanyakazi hapa, labda kauli yako ni gani wakati huu?
Kwanza kabisa kwa majina naitwa Boniface Odhiambo Oginga. Mimi kwa hiyo jina ya Oginga baba mwenyewe ndiye alinipea nikiwa hapa. Ningesema ya kwamba baba nimekaa na yeye, nilikuja hapa sahii niko na miaka 18 nikiwa naishi na baba kama mzazi. Naweza sema ya kwamba nilikuja hapa kama sijui kitu yoyote, sikuelewa kitu yoyote, lakini kwa upendo wa baba Raila Amolo Odinga amefanya. Kwa sasa hivi vile naongea naweza fanya kitu yoyote, hakuna ile kitu naweza shinda wa kufanya. So kwa kifo yake imenistua kama mtoto na kama baba yangu, na kama imenistua, na ingali mpaka saa hii sijaamini baba amekufa. Ni kama naona tu ameenda safari atarudi, lakini kama amekufa kwa kweli naomba Mungu Mwenyezi achukue roho yake aweke palipema peponi. Na pole kwa mama yetu Mama Aida Odinga pamoja na watoto wetu Winnie, Junior, kwa sababu sisi tukai kama wafanyakazi, naweza sema hivyo. Sisi tunakaa kama watu wenye tuko kwetu, tuko kwa nyumba yetu. Ile kitu yenye iko tutashare. Ikiwe aje, ikiwe nini, tunapewa sisi wote. Vile anapea watoto wake ndio pia sisi anatupea. Vile analinda wakina Rosemary ndio pia sisi anatulinda, na sisi ni wafanyakazi yake tu. So ningependa kuomba Mungu azidi kuwa na sisi, na hiyo rafiki yenye baba ako naye ametufundisha sisi pia tunaweza kuwa na urafiki kwa kila mtu. Ningeomba kwa kuwa baba ameenda sasa, ninaomba rais wetu William Samoei Ruto mahali popote anaweza kuwa anatusikia, asaidie kwa mama, kwa sababu mama amebaki na mzigo kadhaa. So kama atakuwa na hii urafiki walianza na mzee Raila Amolo Odinga, asiwache na hapo. Kwa saa hii za omba yeye mahali pote akiwa atukumbuke, hata pia sisi asituache, kwa sababu baba ameenda, kwa sababu mama anaweza kuwa na kazi ngumu. Hata kama kuna mahali kwa serikali yake, sisi pia atuweke hapo ndani, tuzidi tu kukula kitu. kwa sababu yeye ndio sasa amebaki kama baba yetu katika Kenya na katika nyumba yetu. Asiwaje nyumba yetu.
Asante sana Boniface. Kwa kumalizia, sijui Joan, tumukumbuke vipi Raila Odinga kama taifa?
Asante. Mimi vile nitakumbuka baba, niseme kwa yale ametenda, sababu kwa hiyo mkaonye nimekaa naye, kenye nimeona kwake haitapotea kwa akili yangu. Itakuwa imezidi kukaa. Asante.
Judith, hisia zako, tumkumbuke vipi kama taifa?
Kama taifa la Kenya naona tumepoteza, na si taifa la Kenya peke yake. Dunia nzima tumepoteza. Kumpoteza baba, tumepoteza a peace maker, tumepoteza an icon. We will miss baba.
Okay, all right, asante. Na Patrick, sijui mipango gani mko nayo kama jamii ya Opoda tunapomwaga Raila?
Mpango yenye iko kwa sasa, sisi kama wafanyikazi wa Opoda ni kuomba tu serikali ya Ruto watukumbuke hiyo rafiki yao wamekuwa na baba. Sisi kama wafanyikazi watuingize tu kwa serikali. At least tukiingizwa kwa serikali, hiyo uchungu ama hii kilio yenye tuko nayo kwa kupoteza baba tutakuwa tunakumbukia hapo. Naona juu ni uchungu sana, hata kwa mama, kwa Rosemary, kwa Winnie na kwa Junior. Ni gap kubwa sana. Baba has left a big gap for us. Yeah. Even dogs, even goats, even cows are not happy at all. Yeah.
Na vile vile Mashirima, tumekuwa katika shamba hili la Opoda ambapo kuna mita chache kutoka hapa kutakuwa na hafla ya kuweza kumkumbuka Raila Odinga hapo kesho. Mwili wake utakapotoka Kisumu utakuwa ukielekezwa upande huu wa Opoda Farm. Kuna uwanja ambao umetengezwa leo mchana kutwa kuhakikisha kwamba baada ya kufika katika nyumba hii yake, mwili wake utaondolewa na kupelekwa upande huo. Waombolezaji wenyeji wataweza kufika upande huo kuweza kutoa heshima zao za mwisho na pia kutoa risala zao za rambirambi, na baada ya hapo basi itakuwa ni safari imekamilika upande huu. Ifikapo siku ya Jumapili basi ni kuelekeza mwili hadi upande wa Jaramogi Odinga University of Science and Technology, ambapo ibada ya wafu itaweza kufanyika kabla ya mazishi kufanyika kwao nyumbani, ambao ni boma la Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Kango ka Jaramogi. Mashirima, kwa studio.
Naam, shukrani sana Sam Gituku. Bila shaka ni jambo la kufurahisha kuweza kusikiza kumbukumbu hizo kutoka kwa wafanyikazi wake, na bila shaka kwa wote ambao wameweza kufika katika boma hilo wakati ambapo Mheshimiwa Raila akiwa hai. Ungeona jinsi ambavyo alikuwa anatangamana na wafanyikazi wake, na kile ambacho unasema ni dhihirisho ya upendo alionao ama aliokuwa nao kwa kila mmoja ambaye alikutana naye. Mtazamaji, tunazidi kusubiria taarifa rasmi kutoka makao makuu ya naibu wa rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki. Itakuwa ni taarifa ya 3 inayotoka kwa kamati hiyo andalizi ambayo inaendelea tu kukutana na kutayarisha na kuweka mikakati kuhakikisha kwamba mazishi ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga yatakwenda sawa sawa na atapumzishwa kwa njia iliyo na hadhi ifikapo siku ya Jumapili huko Siaya. Na tukiendelea na taarifa zinazofungamana na matukio haya, familia ya marehemu Raila Odinga imeelezea taswira ya mtu waliyemwenzi na ambaye aliyebadilika kwa urahisi kutoka kwa mwanasiasa mahiri hadi baba na babu aliyependwa na familia yake. Familia hiyo ilihutubia waombolezaji katika mazishi ya kitaifa yaliyofanyika katika ibada ya kitaifa yaliyofanyika katika uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo, ambapo binti yake wa mwisho Winnie Odinga alitumia fursa hiyo kuelezea hali halisi ya kifo cha Odinga kilichotokea siku ya Jumatano. Brenda Wanga ana maelezo zaidi.
Familia ya mwenda zake Raila Odinga iliwasili katika uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo kabla ya mwili wake kuwasili katika uga huo kwa ibada ya kitaifa ya wafu ya kumwaga kwa taadhima. Mamia ya wananchi waliofika katika uwanja wa Nyayo walikuwa hapo kumpa mkono wa buriani kiongozi wa kisiasa waliyemwenzi, kumfuata na kumheshimu. Lakini Aida Odinga, wanawe Rosemary, Junior na Winnie pamoja na wajukuu wa mama Aida walikuwa hapa kumwaga waliomfahamu tu kama mume, baba na babu.
My dad, or my superhero. I've been the luckiest girl in the world because you are my dad. Only 3 other human beings were as lucky as me: Fidel, Rosie, and Junior. To me, he was my advisor. He was a friend. He was also someone who understood me very well and my children and my siblings.
Familia ya Raila Odinga ikiwakumbusha Wakenya kuwa kando na siasa, umaarufu na mamlaka, Raila alikuwa mtu wa kawaida kwao na ambaye alipendwa na familia yake. Wakihadithia kumbukumbu za maisha yao pamoja, ukaribu wao, utangamano wa kifamilia na mazungumzo yao.
Miss our family moments, our laughter, our conversation. I will miss watching Arsenali with you. I miss make Arsenali.
Mjane akifichua siri za miaka 50 ya ndoa yake na Raila.
Just like any other family, there's been ups and downs. But as we continue living together, we've learned how to cope because we all have weaknesses and strengths. We learned to talk straight to one another. We learned to speak the truth, and we learned to forgive and move on.
Japo wanamwaga hapa jijini Nairobi, familia yake bado inagubikwa na wingu zito la majonzi kufuatia kifo chake cha ghafla, na hata kuweka wazi matukio kabla ya kifo cha Raila nchini India. Winnie alikuwa na babake hadi sekunde ya mwisho pumzi zilipomkatika.
He died in my arms. But he did not die like people have been saying on social media. Every day he was waking up and walking. And every day he would do 1 round. The next day he would push 2 rounds. That morning he pushed to 5 rounds. He died strong, when with dignity and with pride. And you must be proud of that.
Nduguye Oburu Odinga naye akiwasisimua waombolezaji kwa ngano za kale za maisha yao na urafiki uliokuwa zaidi ya uzito wa damu yao.
His left hand was very fast. He could give you something to teach you a lesson that you must always be truthful. He protected me and my brother, the later Gola, because he was more brave in confronting anybody who attacked us.
Kumbukumbu za Raila kutoka kwa familia yake zilipamba hafla ya kumpa mkono wa buriani na kuigeuza kuwa somo la maisha yake na kumbukumbu zilizodhihirisha urithi alioachia taifa, kando na upendo wake kwa taifa na familia yake. Brenda Wanga, runinga ya Citizen.
Naam, ni matukio ya mchana wa leo katika uwanja wa Nyayo kwenye ibada ya kitaifa. Na bila shaka huko Siaya shughuli bado zinaendelea kuhakikisha kwamba mazishi yanayotarajiwa siku ya Jumapili yatakwenda sawa sawa. Na hivi sasa Na ni picha mubashara kutoka kaunti ya Kisumu ambapo waombolezaji wamewasha mishumaa kwa heshima ya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye mwili wake unatarajiwa kuwasili hapo kesho na kutupelekwa katika uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta huko Mamboleo, ambapo kutakuwa na fursa ya wananchi katika eneo hilo kutoa heshima zao za mwisho. Na hapo awali zile picha ambazo ulikuwa unaziona kwenye runinga yako ni za kaburi la mwenda zake Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga ambalo lilikuwa linaendelea kutayarishwa mapema hii leo, na atazikwa huko Siaya katika eneo la Kang'o ka Jaramogi, yani nyumbani kwa Jaramogi kama sijakosea. Na maandalizi hayo yakiendelea, wanahabari wetu wako huko wataweza kutuletea taarifa kamili tunapoendelea tu na matangazo haya rasmi, matangazo mubashara kuhusiana na kifo na mazishi ya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Tukiendelea na taarifa, maelfu ya waombolezaji walihudhuria ibada ya mazishi yaliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu Raila Odinga katika uwanja wa Nyayo walishabikia mahubiri ya askofu wa kanisa la Anglikana Dayosisi ya Bondo, David Kodia. Katika mahubiri hayo, Askofu Kodia alikashifu viongozi wanaotumia mamlaka yao kujifaidisha kupitia ufisadi. Askofu akisema wahusika wa ufisadi na wanyanyasaji kupitia uongozi mbovu serikalini hawafai kwa sababu ya kukosa kuwajibikia raia kulingana na katiba. Seth Olale ana maelezo zaidi.
Askofu wa kanisa la Anglikana Dayosisi ya Bondo, David Kodia, aliibua hisia za waliokuwepo katika uwanja wa Nyayo kwenye ibada ya mazishi ya aliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu Raila Odinga. Aliwakashifu viongozi wa kisiasa ambao alisema wanatumia faisha kupitia ufisadi, huku Wakenya wengi wakisalia maskini.
We should not be fearful. Word proclaimed must have the power to transform, must have the power to make us renewed in our strength for the liberation of our country from those who are looting everything from us, from country level to everywhere.
Mhubiri huyo aliendelea kuwakemea wanaoeneza ufisadi, akisema wanapasa kupokea hukumu yao.
I want us to make a testament with the people of Kenya. If there is anyone here at whatever level, be you a governor, be you an MCA, be you whoever it is who has looted this country, you know you stand the chance of being condemned.
Akimsifu marehemu Raila Odinga kwa msimamo wake kuhusu ugawanyaji wa rasilimali kote nchini kupitia ugatuzi, askofu alitoa wito kwa viongozi kuenzi na kuendeleza mienendo ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu.
How many can fit in the shoes of Raila Amolo Odinga today? How many can fit in that shoes today as I speak? Humble servant that many people never listened to. A man who believed in God that many people did not know. I tell you, as his bishop, he is a person that we have lost.
Umati uliokuwepo uwanja wa Nyayo ukimpa Askofu Kodia pongezi na heshima alipokamilisha mahubiri yake.
God the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Viongozi wa kidini ambao wamekashifu vikali dhuluma dhidi ya raia wa kawaida wanataka viongozi wote kuwajibika ili kueneza uongozi bora nchini. Seth Olale, runinga ya Citizen katika uwanja wa Nyayo.
Msisimko mkubwa ulitanda katika uwanja wa Nyayo wakati Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta alipokuwa akitoa rambirambi zake na kumpa heshima za mwisho hayati Raila Amolo Odinga. Mapokezi ya aina yake kutoka kwa waombolezaji yalimlazimu Kenyatta kusitisha hotuba yake kwa muda mfupi baada ya kushangazwa na ukubwa wa umati uliomkaribisha kwa vifijo. Melita Oletenges anaarifu zaidi.
Asanteni sana. Mama Aida Odinga, Rosemary.
Msisimko mkubwa ulimwalika Rais mstaafu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta jukwani. Uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo ukisheheni mbwembwe za kumshangilia. Uhuru alikuwa na wakati mgumu kuanza hotuba yake.
Asante sana, nimeshukuru. Thank you.
Ni hotuba ambayo wameonekana kuwa wakisubiria tangu tangazo la kifo cha hayati Raila Odinga, na hata baada ya kipindi kirefu bila ya hotuba yake katika hafla za kitaifa. Kila alichokisema kilipokelewa kwa shangwe na msisimko mkubwa, Uhuru akimkumbuka Raila kama ndugu na rafiki wa dhati.
Lakini kama Wakenya kutoka kona zote tulimjua na tukamheshimu kama baba.
Kenyatta alimsifu hayati Raila kwa uzalendo wake, akisema aliweka taifa na utaifa kabla ya maslahi yake binafsi.
Raila alikupenda kwa sababu ya maono yako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya fikira zako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya vitendo yako, lakini sio kwa sababu ya rangi yako ama kabila lako.
Aidha, alisisitiza kuwa mchango wa Raila katika kukuza demokrasia na kutetea haki za binadamu hauwezi kupuuzwa kamwe.
Historia ya demokrasia katika taifa letu la Kenya haiwezi iandikwe bila la jina la Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. Historia ya Kenya ya kutetea haki za kibinadamu na haki za wananchi wote haiwezi iandikwe bila ya jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja.
Kenyatta akisema kwamba haki hizo alizotetea Raila hazitafutwa wala kurudishwa nyuma na yeyote.
Tutakubali kama Wakenya haki za kibinadamu, demokrasia na mambo yale yote ambayo Raila alitetea, hatutakubali arudi nyuma.
Na kama anavyokumbukwa, Rais mstaafu hakukosea ucheshi, akisimulia utangamano wake na hayati Raila na nyakati walizofurahikia pamoja, akiashiria jinsi walivyokuwa wakitafakari maisha na viongozi waliowatangulia.
Kastori kadogo tu, sio kubwa. Najua tukiwa tulia kidogo hapo nini, tunapewa kakitu kidogo hapo. Kwani munacheka? Mimi kakitu kidogo nasema uji na chai. Lakini wakati tulikuwa tunapiga gumzo, saa ingine tulikuwa tunajiuliza, unajua jamani, wale wazee ambao wameenda, wakina Jaramogi, wakina Jomo, wakina Nkrumah, wakina Mwalimu Nyerere, jameni, unafikirianga wakiketi wanaongeanga mambo gani? Mimi nilikuwa nasema unajua wanaongea siasa kama sisi, wanatuangalia tu na mambo hii yetu ya upuzi hapo, wanatuchekelea. Anasema lakini unajua I'm very keen kujua. Sasa ndugu yangu, umeenda mbele yangu, sasa tayari najua mnajiongeleshana huko, na sio ati niko na haraka ya kuja kuwafikia, lakini bado tunataka tutulie kidogo. Mwenyezi Mungu atusaidie, lakini najua wakati wetu tukifika utakuwa hapo kutuambia njia ya kutembea hizo mabarabara za huko.
Alihitimisha kwa kuahidi kwamba maono ya Raila yataendelezwa na kuwa atazidi kuitunza familia ya jamaa aliyemtaja kama ndugu yake. Ni sifa kedekede kutoka kwa mwandani wake, Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta, aliyesimama naye kwa jino na ukucha katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022. Uhuru akimwomboleza Raila kama kiongozi wa taifa, baba wa demokrasia, kiongozi shupavu anayepasa kupigiwa mfano. Melita Oletenges, runinga ya Citizen katika uwanja wa Nyayo, Nairobi.
Kutoka uwanja wa Nyayo tunaelekea moja kwa moja hadi katika mtaa wa Karen ambapo kamati andalizi ya mazishi ya hayati Raila Odinga inayoongozwa na naibu rais Kithure Kindiki na nduguye Raila Oburu Oginga kwa sasa inatarajiwa kutoa taarifa rasmi muda wote kutoka sasa kuhusu maandalizi ya mazishi ya hafla ya hapo kesho ya umma kumwaga Raila huko Kisumu. Huu ni mkutano ni taarifa ya tatu tangu kamati hiyo kuundwa na Rais William Ruto, ambapo kamati hiyo kuweza kuongozwa na mwenyekiti Profesa Kithure Kindiki pamoja na ndugu yake Raila Daktari Oburu Oginga. Na kuna mengi tu ambao wamekuwa wakifanya mabadiliko, wakiwa wanatangaza jinsi taratibu itakavyokuwa inaendelea, na kwa sasa tunatarajia tu kupata maelezo kuhusiana na jinsi hali itakavyokuwa hapo kesho. Jambo moja ambalo walikuwa wametoa taarifa kwa vile kusema kwamba kwa hii leo mara tu umma ulipopata nafasi ya kutazama mwili wa Mheshimiwa Raila katika uwanja wa Nyayo, ulienda moja kwa moja hadi makafani ya Lee. Awali walikuwa wametangaza kwamba mwili wa Mheshimiwa Raila utaenda nyumbani kwake Karen, lakini wakabadilisha maamuzi hayo ili kuhakikisha kwamba familia inaweza kupata utulivu na pia kurahisisha safari ya hapo kesho, ambapo mwili wa Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga utasafirishwa kutoka Nairobi hadi kaunti ya Kisumu, ambapo umma utapata nafasi ya kutoa heshima zao za mwisho katika uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta huko Mamboleo. Na awali pia tuliweza kupata taarifa kutoka kwa viongozi wa usalama waliokuwa Kisumu ambao tayari wamewasili Kisumu, wakiwa wanatoa maelezo kwamba hapo kesho kutakuwa hakuna hotuba, kutakuwa tuna maombi mafupi, kisha umma upate nafasi wa kutoa heshima zao za mwisho katika uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta Mamboleo katika kaunti ya Kisumu. Hayo yakiendelea, tukiwa tu tunasubiri taarifa hiyo kutoka mtaa wa Karen katika makao makuu ya naibu wa rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki, huko Bondo kwa Kang'o ka Jaramogi, maandalizi yanaendelea haswa ya kaburi la Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Tuliweza kupatia taarifa hiyo hapo awali, jinsi ambavyo kaburi hilo lilikuwa linachimbwa na ujenzi ambao ulikuwa unafanyika hadi wakati huu. Pia katika boma la marehemu Mheshimiwa Raila, tuliweza kusikiza kutoka kwa wafanyikazi wake ambao waliweza kuzungumza na Sam Gituku kuhusiana na kile ambacho wanamkumbuka Mheshimiwa Raila na matarajio yao kuendelea. Na katika kaunti ya Kisumu, bado wananchi wanazidi kutoa heshima zao wakiwa kwenye mkesha huo, ambapo wamewasha mishumaa kwa heshima ya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Na bila shaka ni siku hizi tatu kuanzia Jumatano ambazo bila shaka zimetuonyesha kumbukumbu ya mwanasiasa kiongozi aliyeenziwa kote nchini kutokana na juhudi zake za kisiasa, juhudi zake za uongozi ambazo bila shaka zimeweza kutajwa nyingi tu, mojawapo ikiwa kuhusiana na siasa ya vyama vingi na la msingi kuhusiana na katiba mpya ya mwaka wa 2010 ambayo bila shaka imeweza kutuhakikishia kama Wakenya haki nyingi tu, haki za kibinadamu ambazo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta leo, Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta hii leo akiwa anaelezea kwamba ni juhudi ambazo haziwezi kusahaulika na ni masuala ambayo lazima yazingatiwe ili kuenzi kumbukumbu ya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga.
Fellow Kenyans, good evening. Today, the state funeral service for our departed leader, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, took place at the Nyayo National Stadium, Nairobi, between 9:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. The service was attended by thousands of mourning Kenyans. The entire political leadership of Kenya, led by President William Ruto and retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, heads of the legislature and the judiciary attended. The two speakers of parliament, as well as the Chief Justice, were present. Governors, senators, members of the county assemblies, cabinet ministers, principal secretaries, senior government officials, the clergy, grassroots leaders, the ODM leadership and members from across Kenya, and hundreds of other dignitaries. The Odinga family, the presidents of Tanzania, Somalia, and Ethiopia, the vice president of Tanzania, and the interior minister of Rwanda, who was representing President Kagame, also attended. The committee is pleased to note the overwhelming turnout in the very important exercise that has taken place today. And the committee notes with appreciation many world leaders who brought not only their presence for those who came, but also the many world leaders who sent their messages of condolences formally through note verbals received by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of our country. I know I did acknowledge the condolences that had been received by that time, but after we have left the stadium, we have received a few more condolences from world leaders. So allow me to, for the record, acknowledge the condolences that have been received from Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of Tanzania, who besides that sent a high-level delegation, which included Vice President Dr. Philip Mpango, retired President Jakaya Kikwete, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tanzania. We are grateful to President Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, who sent the message of condolences formally, President Paul Kagame, who also sent the Interior Minister to represent him physically, President of Somalia, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, who sent condolences and also came in person, Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed, the President of Djibouti, Ismail Omar Gele, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Mahama, the President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Everest Ndayishimiye, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Mada Julius Bio, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Adama Barrow, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, and a close friend of the Prime Minister who has left us, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Narendra Modi, also a close friend to the departed Prime Minister, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, His Royal Highness Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the King of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, and we also I've received condolences from the government of France through the French embassy in Nairobi. Allow me, for the record also, to recognize the condolences from the Minister for International Development and Africa of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Jenny Chapman. I also acknowledge the condolences received from Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mahmoud Yusuf, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the European Union, the Executive Secretary of IGAD, Dr. Wokde Genehebeu, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Executive Secretary for United Nations Commission for Africa, Cleva Gatei, the Assistant Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, Luis Francesi, the Secretary General of East African Community, Veronica Nduva, but we have also the condolences of the Chairman of the United States Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, Senator James Risch, the embassies of Italy, the government of Australia, the government of Canada, the government of the Russian Federation, the government of the People's Republic of China. And you can see for yourself who the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga was, not just for Kenya, but to the world. As the National Committee on the State Funeral of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga, we are very grateful to all those who condoled with Kenya, and we don't take it for granted that our leader has been so respected. One of our objectives was to make sure that we get the world to know that we consider the late Prime Minister not just a leader for Kenya, but a leader globally. Ladies and gentlemen, having done that, I would like to say a few more things before I invite my co-chair to say a few things and we close this briefing. And I would like to add that before the funeral service, another important event took place, and again we are grateful that we were able to have the mortal remains of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga lie in state at Parliament buildings. It was our intention yesterday, it was impossible. It was possible this morning, and we are very grateful to Parliament for facilitating that important state's rights. And in Parliament, the legislators were able to give their respects to our fallen leader, and also all the three arms of government were represented. The executive, led by President William Ruto, the two speakers of Parliament, and the Chief Justice Martha Koome, who also graced the occasion and also graced the event in Nyayo Stadium. I also must appreciate there are many other leaders whom I cannot mention, especially at Nyayo Stadium, and I did note the other time at the stadium that former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, among others, were also present. And therefore, it is also important to announce to the country that we are pleased with what has happened in the afternoon. We had another event again, and that is the public viewing of the mortal remains of our departed leader. Thousands of mourners, members of the public, the rank and file, supporters and fellow citizens of our fallen leader were able to pay respects to the body of our leader. We are very pleased as a committee that that exercise, which just ended a few minutes to 5 p.m., has continued and ended peacefully, solemnly, and in utmost dignity, notwithstanding that there were thousands of people who patiently queued, waited, performed their respect, and left the stadium. We don't take it for granted. The National State Funeral Committee, therefore, announces that the second day of mourning has been a success and pleads with mourners to continue with the same spirit as the nation enters into the 3 days of mourning tomorrow. Allow me I've just remembered I should have also appreciated the presence of the Vice President of South Sudan at the stadium, Excellency Rebecca Garang. I think I'd mentioned during the event in the day. So we are happy the second day has come to an end. We are praying and pleading that tomorrow, the third day, will even be better. We will dignify our leader. We will respect our leader. We will mourn in dignity. It is heavy, but we must do everything to protect the image of our fallen leader and the image of Kenya, because Raila Odinga was a global leader. Therefore, tomorrow, Saturday, 18th of October 2025, the mortal remains of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga will be airlifted to Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu by the Kenya Defence Forces, arriving at 8 a.m. or thereabouts. Members of the public are requested to be settled by 7 a.m. to dignify the arrival of the remains of our leader. There will be public viewing of the mortal remains of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga at Mamboleo grounds for most of the day until we are satisfied that everyone has had a chance to respect the remains of our leader. Thereafter, the body will be taken to Bondo for an overnight stay before burial on Sunday. The program for Sunday will be given tomorrow, and I want to announce that the committee will provide information about the event on Sunday tomorrow at 7 p.m., but we will do that through a dispatch to media houses, because now we must relocate to Kisumu and Siaya to make sure that the remaining 2 days proceed as we expect them to proceed. Therefore, 7 p.m. tomorrow, there will be a media dispatch to inform members of the public on the program for Sunday as we finalize this very important exercise. We will not be taking any questions today. We have so many things we need to work on immediately after this. We are working throughout the night and then also making our way so that by morning we are able to take charge of the process on the other side. I will only allow the co-chairperson of this committee on behalf of the rest of us to maybe add one or two things, especially from the family perspectives, including what he might consider to be necessary for the public to know. It is now my pleasure to invite my elder brother, my co-chairman of this committee, Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga, whom I am very pleased to work with. And because after he speaks, I will not speak again, I want to thank all my colleagues that you see behind me here, who may not be speaking, but they are doing a great job. They have sacrificed their time. They are the ones responsible for some of the gains that you see we are making. All of them are appreciated individually. We have very senior leaders from the ODM party. We have members of the cabinet. We have family members. And I am very proud to be working with each one of these team members who have made my work very easy. Thank you very much. Senator Oburu, please say one or two things, and then after that we will leave it there. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I cannot repeat what my co-chair has said. I will only make remarks on the other aspect of this funeral. First, I want also to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues. They have worked tirelessly since this committee was formed, and they have done a great job. I really appreciate, and I hope that they will continue with the same spirit until the whole process is over. I also want to thank the Deputy President for his very tireless work on this and a very, very diligent approach to all the issues which have come across, and the whole government since this matter started. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for taking this matter personally. And he has been in touch with the family, and he has done all that could have been done by any other head of state to give my late brother the honors that he deserved as a statesman of this country. I also want to take this opportunity to appeal and plead with my people to be peaceful. I know the pains you feel. You feel as much as all of us do, but this is not a time to make anything which could cause harm and infamity to our people. We want to behave with dignity. We want our people to respect this occasion, because Raila loved them so much, and they should also treat his send-off with a lot of restraint. Let us not overdo what our mourning. Let us mourn in peace. Let us escort our brother in peace, and let his soul also lie in peace. So please, 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 my brothers and sisters, when the body arrives in Kisumu, let us view the body peacefully. I would like to express my disappointment that yesterday there was some tear gas which was thrown around. I really don't like tear gas. To see, Raila should not be tear gassed in death. He has been tear gassed enough when he was alive. Please let us not cause a situation where he is tear gassed again when we are escorting him. Let us behave in a way that does not give any reason for tear gassing and even using force against our people who are innocent. They have come to mourn, and they should be allowed to mourn peacefully. Please, that is the only appeal I would like to make to our people. Akwaye ujodalawa ni yeuru ni mondo wakow Raila gi kwe, wakowe gi muolo, wakowe gi hera, mondo kik bedie wach mora mora manyalo miyo gimoro kaka tear gas kata bonde muchi kama Raila nitie. Gigo osetimrene, osehinyre ngimane kuom higni mang'eny. Ka gigo timrene kukedo kok odwar gimiluongo ni injustice, to kik wadog wamiye a situation makendo pod tear gas dogo ringo kata donje wang'e kama entie, kama koro wadhi kane e bur. Mano e gima duong' ahinya.
Naam, ni seneta wa Siaya, pia ndugu yake marehemu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, seneta Daktari Oburu Oginga, akiwa hapo kwenye mwisho wa mkutano wa 3 wa kamati ya andalizi ya mazishi ya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, wakiwa tu wanatoa maelezo ya jinsi hali imekuwa, na Mheshimiwa Oburu akitoa wito kwa utulivu kuwepo wakati ambapo shughuli hizi zinaendelea, haswa kile ambacho tuliweza kushuhudia hapo jana, na akisema kwamba hilo bila shaka halikupendeza. Na Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki akiwa anatoa maelezo akisema kwamba hapo kesho mwili wa Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga utasafirishwa na idara ya jeshi KDF hadi katika kaunti ya Kisumu katika uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta huko Mamboleo, ambapo kutakuwa na fursa ya wananchi kutazama mwili huo na kutoa heshima zao za mwisho. Akisema pia kamati itatoa maelezo zaidi na taarifa zaidi kuhusiana na shughuli itakayofanyika siku ya Jumapili, ambayo itakuwa shughuli ya mwisho ya kumpumzisha Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga huko Kang'o ka Jaramogi. Na tunaendelea na taarifa kuhusiana na maombolezo ya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Na hii leo Rais William Ruto amemuomboleza hayati Raila Odinga kama kiongozi aliyesimama na taifa wakati lilipomhitaji. Rais Ruto ambaye aliongoza taifa katika kumuomboleza hayati Odinga katika uga wa Nyayo hii leo alimshukuru Odinga kwa kumsaidia serikali yake ilipoyumbayumba. Mwanahabari wetu Emmanuel To anaarifu zaidi.
The Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountain top.
Alizungumzia kumbukizi aliyekuwa waziri mkuu hayati Raila Amolo Odinga kupitia kwa kibao cha Jamaica Farewell ya Harry Belafonte alichoenzi sana Odinga. Wimbo huo ukizuzua uwanja wote wa Nyayo uliojaa pomoni, maelfu ya waombolezaji wakiungana naye kwenye wimbo huo. Katika hotuba yake, Rais William Ruto akitaja majina tofauti ya Raila, majina yaliyovuka mipaka ya kimaeneo na kikabila.
Ward Mary, Ward Nyara Alego, Agwambo, Tinga, Jacom, Enigma, Ward Ping, Baba. The man in whose honor we gather here today belongs to that rare, irrepressible breed of human beings.
Rais Ruto akizamia handisheki yake ya hivi punde na Odinga, akisema iliimarisha meli yake ya kisiasa iliyokuwa inazama.
I neither knew that one day we would find ourselves on opposite sides, nor could I have imagined that years later he would stand by me, this time to steady the nation and to help anchor my leadership, culminating in the birth of the broad-based government.
Rais akisema kwa sababu hiyo yuko na deni kubwa la Odinga.
To you, Baba, I owe you, and I am truly and eternally grateful that our paths crossed and that we shared this journey together. Perhaps one of the greatest lessons he taught us was this: in the noble task of statecraft and nation building, there is room for all of us, competitors and collaborators.
Kiongozi huyo wa taifa akisema licha ya kifo cha Odinga, nafsi yake inasalia na Wakenya, wafuasi wake wakiendelea kupumua hewa yake ya kisiasa.
Macho yote sasa yatakuwa yanaangaziwa katika ngome ya Raila Amolo Odinga katika kaunti ya Kisumu hapo kesho, wakati ambapo shughuli kama ya leo ya kuona mwili wake itakapokuwa ikiendelea, na baadaye kuelekea katika mahali ambapo atakapolazwa katika kaunti ya Siaya. Emmanuel To, runinga ya Citizen, Nyayo, Nairobi.
Na maelfu ya waombolezaji walikusanyika katika uwanja wa Nyayo hapa jijini Nairobi kutoa heshima zao za mwisho kwa hayati Raila Odinga. Wengi wao walirauka asubuhi kutoka maeneo tofauti tofauti na kujumuika kwa ibada ya kitaifa. Kama anavyotuarifu Lulu Hassan, jeneza la hayati Raila lilisindikizwa na wanajeshi hadi uwanjani.
Kama ambavyo hakuchoka maishani mwake kuwapigania, ndivyo ambavyo leo nao hawakujali umande, umbali wala urefu wa milolongo. Lengo likiwa kulipa hisani kwa hisani na kutukuza wema waliofanyiwa na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga. Kila rika, jinsia na tabaka, kibarua kilikuwa ni mbinu gani bora ya kumwenzi mwenda zake. Na walipoingia ndani,
umeniachana ni baba,
wakaona bora kusherekea maisha ya marehemu. Falsafa mbalimbali zikitumika kuonyesha umuhimu wa Raila na pengo lake nchini. Doria nayo ikaimarishwa ardhini na angani. Wanasiasa wasiamini mlezi na baba wa siasa hayuko naye tena. Nyuso za maelfu ya waliokuwa wakisubiri kuhakiki kuondoka kwa Raila Odinga zikionyesha huzuni na mshtuko. Na pindi jeshi lilipoingia uwanjani Nyayo na mwili wa marehemu, kamsa zilisikika kila upande. Huku mseto na vikosi vya jeshi wakiwa wametwika jukumu la mwili wa Raila Odinga mikononi mwao. Taratibu walielekea katika hema lililotwikwa katikati mwa uwanja huu, mahali ambapo jamaa, ndugu na marafiki wa karibu walikuwa wameketi wakisubiri misa kuanza rasmi. Lakini kwanza viongozi wa dini kutoka idara ya jeshi wakaongoza misa hii. Polepole, aste aste, wakitoa heshima kama inavyostahili. Walipofika kwenye hema, walikabidhi mwili kwa waombolezaji kwa ibada. Mwanawe marehemu akitoa heshima ya mwisho kwa kuweka kofia aliyokuwa akiitumia wakati wa uhai wake, na kaka mkubwa naye hakuachwa nyuma. Nyimbo za Injili zikasheheni kutoka kwa wanakwaya mbalimbali, huku wageni kutoka humu nchini na wale wa kutoka mataifa ya nje wakijumuika kwenye ibada hii. Na baada ya hapo, mmoja baada ya mwingine walitoa kumbukumbu zao, huku wote wakikubaliana kwamba baba alikuwa na wimbo ambao uliushabikia wakati wa uhai wake.
Down the bay, the mountain top, where the sun shines on a mountain top, I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached India, I made a stop.
Wanasema mti mkubwa ukianguka, ndege huyumbayumba.
I've never slept. I just came in the night here because I thought I would not get the time to be in. But thank God I'm waiting for him to see him now.
Ila kwa familia ya Odinga, taswira ilikuwa ni tofauti. Kila mwombolezaji akifurahishwa kuwaona na kusikia kutoka kwa familia ya mwenda zake. Na pindi hotuba zilipokamilika, utaratibu ukawekwa kwa kila aliyefika hapa kutoa heshima zao za mwisho kabla mwili kusafirishwa hapo kesho. Na hapa jeshi lilitumika kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli hii inafanywa bila tashwishi yoyote. Wazee kwa vijana, wakubwa kwa wadogo, wakapanga foleni kufanya kile kilichowaleta. Na hapa haikuwa kazi rahisi. Maji wakati mwingine yalizidi unga. Baadhi walipoteza fahamu kutokana na msongamano, na kwa wale waliobahatika ikawa ni kilio, na wengine kwao ni afueni kwamba wamemtia machoni. Na baadhi ni kwa kumwenzi kwa kudansi nyimbo za kitamaduni. Shughuli iliyofanyika kwa muda wa zaidi ya masaa 4 kama ilivyoahidi serikali. Na kwa sasa macho yote yakielekea Kisumu, huku wakazi wa huko wakisubiri nao pia kutia macho nuru na kutoa heshima zao za mwisho hapo kesho. Lulu Hassan, Citizen Nipashe, Nairobi.
Mwili wa marehemu Raila Amolo Odinga hatimaye ulipelekwa katika majengo ya bunge kwa heshima za mwisho baada ya mipango hiyo kuvurugika siku ya Alhamisi. Safari hiyo ya mwisho ya marehemu Raila hapa Nairobi ilianzia makafani ya Lee kuelekea bunge kabla ya msafara uliosindikiza mwili wake kuelekea uga wa Nyayo kwa ibada ya kitaifa na fursa kwa umma kutazama mwili. Ben Kiroi na taarifa hiyo.
Saa 12:28 asubuhi, msafara wa kusafirisha mwili wa hayati Raila Amolo Odinga iliondoka katika makafani ya Lee ikipitia barabara ya Valley Road kabla ya kuelekea katika barabara ya Kenyatta Avenue na kupinda kuingia Uhuru Highway kabla ya kufika katika majengo ya bunge. Mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu marehemu Raila Odinga ukiandaliwa nafasi yenye taadhima bungeni ili kutoa nafasi kwa viongozi mbalimbali kumpa mkono wa buriani, huku taifa likiendelea kuomboleza mmoja wa viongozi mashuhuri na wenye ushawishi mkubwa katika historia ya kisiasa nchini. Shughuli hii ilikuwa imepangiwa kufanyika hapa bungeni jana, ila kutokana na idadi kubwa ya waombolezaji kutoka sehemu mbalimbali nchini, kamati ya maandalizi ya mazishi inayoongozwa na naibu rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki na nduguye Raila Oburu Oginga ililazimika kurekebisha mpangilio huo na kuhamisha hafla hadi katika uwanja wa kimataifa wa Kasarani ili kutoa nafasi kwa umati mkubwa uliojitokeza. Na baada ya maombi iliyoongozwa na maaskofu wa kanisa la Kianglikana, shughuli ya kuutazama mwili wa hayati uliendelea. Hatimaye mwili wa hayati Raila ulisafirishwa kwa barabara hadi katika uwanja wa taifa wa Nyayo kwa ibada ya kitaifa ya wafu, ambapo viongozi mbalimbali, wageni na maelfu ya Wakenya walishiriki.
Uwanja wa kimataifa ama ukipenda uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo.
Baada ya hafla hiyo iliyosheheni maombi, rambirambi, maombolezo, heshima za kijeshi na desturi za kitamaduni na hotuba,
asante sana wananchi.
Mamia waliojitokeza walipata fursa ya pili ya kutazama mwili wa hayati Raila na kumpa mkono wa kwaheri. Na hatimaye maafisa wa usalama wakiwemo wanajeshi pia walimpa hayati Raila heshima zao za mwisho, tamati ya siku ikiwa kufunikwa kwa jeneza lililobeba mwili wa hayati Raila na mwili wenyewe kusafirishwa hadi katika makafani ya Lee.
Baada ya siku mbili za wakazi wa Nairobi kuomboleza na kumpa buriani na heshima zao za mwisho hayati Raila Amolo Odinga, sasa zamu itakuwa kwa wakazi na wenyeji wa Kisumu siku ya Jumamosi kabla ya kukamilisha safari ya mwisho siku ya Jumapili kule Bondo. Ben Kiroi, runinga ya Citizen, Nairobi.
Na mtazamaji, hapo awali kulikuwa na taarifa kutoka makao makuu ya naibu wa rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki, ambapo nduguye Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, Daktari Oburu Oginga, alitoa wito kwa wananchi kuwa watulivu wakati huu, haswa tukiwa tunatarajia kwamba hapo kesho mwili wa Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga utakuwa unatua katika uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta huko Mamboleo, ambapo umma utapata nafasi ya kutoa heshima zao za mwisho. Hebu tumsikize.
We want to behave with dignity. We want our people to respect this occasion, because Raila loved them so much, and they should also treat his send-off with a lot of restraint. Let us not overdo what our mourning. Let us mourn in peace. Let us escort our brother in peace, and let his soul also lie in peace. So please, 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 my brothers and sisters, when the body arrives in Kisumu, let us view the body peacefully. I would like to express my disappointment that yesterday there was some tear gas which was thrown around. I really don't like tear gas. To see, Raila should not be tear gassed in death. He has been tear gassed enough when he was alive. Please let us not cause a situation where he is tear gassed again when we are escorting him. Let us behave in a way that does not give any reason for tear gassing and even using force against our people who are innocent. They have come to mourn, and they should be allowed to mourn peacefully.
Kauli ya busara hapo kutoka kwa Daktari Oburu Oginga. Naye gavana wa kaunti ya Siaya James Orengo amewataka waombolezaji kuwa watulivu na kumpa hayati Raila Odinga heshima za mwisho kwa ustaarabu wakati wa ibada ya mazishi, katika ibada itakayofanyika pamoja na mazishi yatakayoandaliwa siku ya Jumapili. Tumsikize.
It is indeed a tragedy for us. For me, I never believed that such a day will come when we do not have Jacom around. Kenya has lost one of its most consequential sons and patriots. In fact, I can say without fear of contradiction that Raila Amolo Odinga is the greatest Kenyan that ever lived. And for that reason, I appeal all to our people in the entire republic and in Nyanza and in Siaya to give us time and space to have a distinguished send-off for our son and leader, Raila Amolo Odinga. As you know, through the state and the President of the Republic of Kenya, there was a proclamation to give Raila Amolo Odinga a state funeral. And for that reason, we are going to have guests from all over the world here in Bondo. The final journey ends here in Bondo and in Siaya. So we plead for calmness and peace as we mourn our hero, our legend, so that the world can see from the ceremonies and the functions that we are going to have that we really and truly loved him as our leader.
Familia za waliopigwa risasi wakati wa mvutano na maafisa wa polisi uliotokea katika uwanja wa Moi International Sports Center Kasarani Alhamisi wanadai haki itendeke. Vincent Otieno Ogutu na Evans Kiche ni miongoni mwa watu watatu ambao kufikia sasa wameripotiwa kufariki. Familia zao zinasisitiza kuwa mapenzi yao kwa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga hayakuwa hatia wala sababu ya kuuawa kwao. Safin Achieng' alizungumza na familia hizo.
Huku taifa likiungana kuomboleza kifo cha aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga kwa siku ya tatu, uchungu uliompata Yvonne Akinyi ni wa aina yake. Yvonne ni mke wa mmoja wa watu watatu waliopigwa risasi Alhamisi alasiri kufuatia patashika iliyotokea kati ya polisi na waombolezaji katika uga wa Moi International Sports Center Kasarani. Marehemu Vincent Otieno Ogutu alikuwa miongoni mwa maelfu ya waombolezaji waliomiminika katika uwanja huo kutazama mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga, ila alitoka huko akiwa maiti. Babake alielezea uchungu wa kumpoteza mwanawe.
Nikapata kama mwili yake tayari imewekwa kwa gari. Sasa nikaingia kwa gari, nikatoa machozi mingi sana, kwa maana ni kijanangu peke yake.
It was very painful because as I know him, I know he was innocent.
And the saddest part is that the person who shot him in the chest, the left side. I think it was a targeted shot, not an accidental shot.
Uzito sawia na wa familia ya Evans Kiche, baba ya watoto watatu ambaye alipigwa risasi kichwani. Mkewe alitatizika kueleza jinsi alivyopata wasiwasi kuhusu usalama wa mumewe ambaye ni mpishi katika mkahawa mmoja karibu na uga wa Kasarani.
Nikamwambia okay, ni sawa, but make sure umetoka before Raila fike Kasarani. Kufika saa 7:30, I called my husband. Akaniambia ati anatoka. Nimpe tu dakika moja, we talk around 52 seconds.
Hiyo ndio ilikuwa mara ya mwisho kuongea na mumewe akiwa hai, hadi alipopata taarifa za kifo chake.
I was not fine and I called the number again immediately. Nikamwambia, what is it? Talk to me, I'm the wife to Evans. Akaniambia, we are very sorry, the body of Evans iko City-Mortuary.
If you see how the body of the late is lying there at City-Mortuary, I can't comprehend. Yeah, the eyes are not there. I don't know what happened. The body, it is so pathetic. So we are mourning our kin, and we are so disappointed with the government.
We are really going through a very difficult moment, both financially, emotionally, socially, everything. We are just here, as you see us. Hata tunashindwa tutafikisha mwili aje nyumbani.
Kulingana na mkurugenzi mkuu wa Vocal Africa, Hussein Khalid, vifo 3 vimethibitishwa, huku miili miwili ikiwa tayari imetambuliwa.
We don't want to see more deaths associated with this funeral. Evans and Vincent were innocent Kenyans who were just going there to send off Baba, yet they are no more.
Wanaposubiri zoezi la upasuaji wa mwili unaotarajiwa kufanyika Jumanne wiki ijayo, maswali chungu nzima yamezidi katika familia hizi ambazo sasa zimezama katika bahari ya majonzi, wakiitaka serikali kuhakikisha kwamba wamepata haki. Safin Achieng Oma, runinga ya Citizen katika kaunti ya Nairobi.
Na bila shaka Mola aifariji familia hizo. Aliyekuwa waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa Dr. Fred Matiang'i amezungumzia aliyojiri mwaka 2018 Raila Odinga alipojiapisha kama rais wa wananchi. Matiang'i pia ameelezea jinsi Odinga alivyomshawishi kufutilia mbali azma yake ya kugombea urais mwaka 2022 kando na kusimama naye, haswa baada ya boma lake kuvamiwa baada ya uchaguzi huo. Willy Lusige na taarifa hiyo.
Tarehe 30 Januari mwaka 2018, baada ya uchaguzi wa urais wa mwaka 2017, ilikuwa siku yenye mtihani mkubwa kwa Fred Matiang'i aliyekuwa waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa. Hii ni kufuatia Raila Odinga kujiapisha kama rais wa wananchi baada ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kushinda uchaguzi wa mwaka 2017.
So help me God.
Matiang'i akizungumzia maamuzi waliochukua kama serikali kuhusu kuwatuma maafisa wa polisi kukabiliana na hali ilivyokuwa ikishuhudiwa.
Tu kweli mimi namshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa sababu hiyo sherehe ilifanyika katika Uhuru Park ikamalizika without a single shot being fired or without a single incident, na tulikuwa na watu pale karibu 7,000.
Matiang'i akisema marehemu Raila Odinga hakuwa na moyo wa kulipiza kisasi na kwamba licha ya wao kuwa kwenye pande tofauti kisiasa, kila walipopatana Odinga hakukosa kumpa ushauri.
There's not a single day, not once, that I met with Raila even in those difficult times and he didn't laugh about it and he didn't joke about it and so on. Anachukua muda kuzungumzia kidogo, anakuambia unajua msifanye hivi ama msifanye hivi, hii inaweza kuleta shida.
Matiang'i amesema rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa ametoa amri kwa Matiang'i kumfahamisha Odinga kuhusu hatua zozote muhimu za kiusalama au matukio makubwa nchini.
Before the handshake, President Kenyatta had this interest that when we are taking a major action, like even Bussi too, alituambia tukishamaliza hii maneno tunafanya, give Raila a call and mention to him this is what we are doing and so on, ili nao waelewe.
Mwaka mmoja baada ya matukio ya mwaka 2018, Matiang'i alielezea jinsi Odinga alivyomshawishi kuweka kando azma yake ya kugombea urais mwaka 2022.
And then I had a conversation with Raila at that time and frankly he convinced me. Mwambia mzee twende mbele, twende katika uchaguzi. and the Lord will provide. You know, another time will come up at that point in time. And I believed in him.
Matiang'i alisema Odinga alikuwa kiongozi wa pekee aliyemlinda na kumpa usaidizi haswa wakati boma lake lilipovamiwa baada ya uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022.
On the day when there was an attempted raid at my house, RAILA arrived with several members of ODM, stood up for me at my greatest hour of need. Then he told me, you know, there are people in this world who get power and they behave like this.
Matiang'i akiwahimiza viongozi wa sasa na wale wa baadaye kuiga mienendo ya Odinga, akimtaja kama mfano bora wa uongozi. Willy Lusige, runinga ya Citizen, Nairobi.
Naye waziri wa kawi Opiyo Wandayi amesema kuwa wandani wa kisiasa wa hayati Raila wataendelea kushirikiana na serikali kama ilivyokuwa kabla ya kifo chake. Aidha, Wandayi amesema kuwa chama cha ODM kitaandaa mkutano wa baraza kuu kumtawaza seneta Oburu Oginga kama kinara wa chama hicho. Hebu tumsikize.
I am happy that Siaya County is ready to receive guests who will be coming to mourn with us. And I'm also happy that Siaya County is proud to give Baba a befitting send-off as our foremost leader, not only in this region, but in the whole country. Secondly, I want to thank profusely, I want to thank in a very, very big way His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, for making a proclamation to accord Baba Raila Amolo Odinga a state funeral with full military honors. That is something that we cannot take for granted, because he has simply used his discretion as the commander-in-chief to make that proclamation. Many of you will recall that even Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who was the first vice president of this republic, was never accorded such honor when he passed on in 1994. And therefore, thank you very much, Your Excellency President William Ruto, for honoring not only Baba and the Jaramogi family, but honoring the Luo community and generally the followership of Baba as a whole. Thirdly and lastly, indeed, is to affirm that Baba has left us in government. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga has left us in government led by President William Ruto. And that is where we are going to stay. Till the end. Yes. Till the end.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji, tumekuwa tukikuletea matangazo haya mubashara kuanzia wakati ambapo taarifa hizo kutoka India zilipofika za tanzia kuhusiana na kifo cha Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Na bila shaka itakuwa ni dhambi tusipokuwa na shairi la Bakari siku hii ya Ijumaa. Na Bakari yuko hapa kuweza kutugania shairi la leo.
Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum mpenzi mtazamaji mahala popote ulipo. Kwa bahati nzuri tu mie wananiita al-Ustaz Pasua Nuhu Zuberi Bakari, na leo kwa kuwa tumepata taanzia, simanzi na kimvumvu cha kuondoka ulimwenguni kwa mwenda zake kiongozi nguli Raila Odinga, nimetunga shairi nikalipa kichwa mwafaka kalale mahala pema Baba Raila Odinga. Linakwenda kama utakavyolisikia. Kenya imepata pigo kwa msiba wa Raila, ameondoka kigogo katangulia kwa Mola, kifo chake ni mtego kwa wale makabaila, Mola akulaze pema Baba Raila Odinga. Imeshaanguka mbogo na gala cha mtetezi, tunahisi mtitigo wa kivumvu na simanzi, Baba kaacha mzigo kunyanyua ni kazi, Mola akulaze pema Baba Raila Odinga. Itakuwa ni vigumu pengo lake kuliziba, Kifo cha baba Jakom kwa Wakenya ni dhoruba. Watu walimheshimu, tumuombeni toba. Mola akulaze pema baba Raila Odinga. Wakenya walimpenda baba Raila Odinga. Popote alipoenda wenyeji walimchunga. Jukwani akipanda kwa migogo alilonga. Mola akulaze pema baba Raila Odinga. Alipigania haki na kupinda udhalimu. Hakuwa mtu wa chuki, lipenda kuutabasamu. Baba alitamalaki na kupitia magumu. Mola akulaze pema baba Raila Odinga. Baba alitiwa jela ili tuwe na uhuru. Sakafuni akalala akasema haidhuru. Yalimfika madhila mwisho tutapata nuru. Mola akulaze pema baba Raila Odinga. Baba alipambania tukapata mageuzi. Watu wakafurahia kuanzishwa magatuzi. Leo tunamlilia baba amekufa juzi. Mola akulaze pema baba Raila Odinga. Baba tunakuombea Janatu Firdausi. Ya Ilahi ajalia Jakom mpe wepesi. Peponi akiingia huko mfanye mdosi. Mola akulaze pema baba Raila Odinga. Mola akulaze pema baba Raila Odinga.
Bila shaka ni shairi la hadhi, shairi la heshima, shairi la kivumvu.
Naam. Kweli Kenya imempoteza nguli, galacha, mkota na mtu ambaye alitetea sana wa Kenya.
Naam.
Akaupigania ugatuzi, akawa mtetezi wa haki za wanyonge. Amefanya mambo mengi ambayo katika historia ya Kenya itachukua miaka mingi sana mwingine kuweza kulijaza pengo hilo. Naam.
Na kuna wale ambao wanataka kujua galacha ni nini? Maana ni neno tumelitumia sana wakati huu.
Galacha ni mtu bingwa ambaye ni mbuji wa mazungumzo, mbuji na mwelewa wa masuala ya uandishi na mtu ambaye anapendwa na watu wengine.
Naam.
Anaitwa galacha kwa Kiswahili.
Asante sana Nuhu Zuberi Bakari kwa kuungana nasi hii leo siku ya Ijumaa ili kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tunampa heshima za mwisho Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Na hivi sasa kabla tuondoke tunataka kumpisha mwenzetu Lilian Muli. Lilian, good evening. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Sijui siku hii umeionaje?
Imekuwa ni siku kwa uhakika ambayo nchi itakumbuka kwa miaka kuja. We have lost one of Kenya's most iconic leaders, and truly this day going down in history as one of a statesman that has gone down with honor, has been honored with respect from the tributes that we've had kutoka nchi yote na kwenye ambao walikuwa Nyayo National Stadium leo during the state funeral. Truly a leader that was widely respected and that will be remembered for years to come.
Asante sana. Lilian, uwanja ni wako sasa.
Indeed, my name is Lilian Muli, and we continue our special coverage of the final journey of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. We'll be right back in just a bit.
UG Sound Online Radio is regulated by Uganda Communications Commission. UG Sound Online Radio is regulated by Uganda Communications Commission. UG Sound Online Radio is regulated by Uganda Communications Commission.
This is your island radio. 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 Songs that are worth remembering. Memories that are worth keeping. Unforgettable tracks. The remarkable 70s. The outrageous 80s. The unstoppable 2Ks. The all-time rhythm and rock. Enjoy Pinoy and the Now sound. All the hits and more. Every day. Your time. Your choice. This is your island radio. Your island radio. Your island radio.
The best radio station in the planet.
Oh, it is a brave media, Uganda. Whoa, Mumbera.
UG Sound Online Radio is regulated by Uganda Communications Commission.
Barua kwa baba, tunalia sana. Tambiaje mama Aida, eti umeenda. Tambiaje Winnie Odinga, eti umeenda. Nitambiaje Rosie Watinga, eti umeenda. Nitambiaje Buru ya brother, baba umetuacha. Kila kona ya taifa jina lako linasemwa. Ulitupenda bila mipaka ukatupa nini. Na kila mtoto kila mama kifo chako wanalia. Mbona kusema unaondoka hata sasa hatuamini. Baba yoyo bye bye. Baba yoyo bye bye. Baba yoyo bye bye. Bye bye. Baba yoyo bye bye. Baba yoyo bye bye. Baba yoyo bye bye. Ona hivi mabaya bye bye. Umeenda mapema, damu ya jenzi bado haijalipwa. Umeenda mapema, tuliamini siku moja utaongoza. Umetuacha mapema, ulichopigania matunda hujaona. Lakini baba ukipenda, kwetu madhara nitasema ulinituma. Kuna mambo fulani baba mulipanga, ila Wakenya hujatuambia. Rais Ruto akimaliza miaka, umetuacha hujatuonyesha njia. Tunapata tabu, ungependa kiongozi mgani Nairobi? Ni mtoto wako babu ama Sakaja hatuelewi. Baba ukusema Lang'ata ni Chalasa Omondi. Umetuacha.
Introducing Airtel VoLTE. Stay in control of the game while enjoying crystal clear HD calls with friends and loved ones, whether you're gaming, streaming, or just catching up online.
Izulale salama, tulikupenda sana, Mola kakupenda zaidi.
Good evening, I'm Lillian Muli, and we continue with our special coverage of the final journey of Kenya's former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga Today, thousands of mourners from across the country and around the world gathered at Nyayo National Stadium in Nairobi for a solemn state funeral service, honoring the man widely regarded as one of Kenya's most influential political figures. The service featured full military honors, prayers, moving tributes from family, friends and dignitaries, and a final salute from the Kenya Defence Forces. After the official ceremony, Odinga's body remained at Nyayo Stadium for extended public viewing before being moved to the Lee Funeral Home. Tomorrow, the farewell journey continues to Kisumu, where the body will be taken to Jomo Kenyatta Stadium in Mamboleo, where thousands more are expected to gather for a public viewing. After the Kisumu ceremony, a funeral procession will head to Bondo, Siaya County, where preparations are underway for his final resting place at his Opoda home. The burial is scheduled for Sunday. This marks the beginning of the final chapter in the life of a man who shaped Kenya's political landscape for decades. Our teams are stationed across and in various parts as we continue with this coverage, this special coverage of the final send-off of the late Raila Amolo Odinga, and we'll be handing over to them as we get to know what lies ahead in terms of preparations ahead of course, tomorrow's public viewing in Kisumu, ahead of the burial on Sunday. Let's take a look at some of the stories of the day at this hour, and Senator Oburu Oginga, who is the co-chair of the funeral committee planning for Raila Odinga's state funeral, has urged Kenyans to maintain peace and give the late Raila Odinga a decent send-off. Senator Oburu says he was disappointed by the firing of tear gas at Kasarani Stadium, where 4 people lost their lives during the public viewing of Raila Odinga's body on Thursday. Oburu is calling for peace during Saturday's public viewing of the body in Kisumu and during the burial on Sunday in Bondo.
We want to behave with dignity. We want our people to respect this occasion, because Raila loved them so much, and they should also treat his send-off with a lot of restraint. Let us not overdo what our mourning. Let us mourn in peace. Let us escort our brother in peace, and let his soul also lie in peace. So please, 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 my brothers and sisters, when the body arrives in Kisumu, let us view the body peacefully. I would like to express my disappointment that yesterday there was some tear gas which was thrown around. I really don't like tear gas. To see, Raila should not be tear gassed in death. He has been tear gassed enough when he was alive. Please let us not cause a situation where he is tear gassed again when we are escorting him. Let us behave in a way that does not give any reason for tear gassing and even using force against our people who are innocent. They have come to mourn, and they should be allowed to mourn peacefully.
That's Siaya Senator Oburu Oginga, who is the older brother of the late Raila Odinga, calling for calm ahead of tomorrow and indeed Sunday, asking mourners to refrain from activities that would lead to the use of unnecessary force, such as the tear gas incidents that were witnessed at the Kasarani Stadium earlier, that is yesterday, calling for calm. Now, the family of the late Raila Odinga has described him as a multifaceted man, one who easily switched from a shrewd politician to a gentle father and grandfather. Speaking during his state funeral at the Nyayo National Stadium, his family paid glowing tribute to his life and legacy. His youngest daughter also took the moment to set the record straight on the circumstances surrounding his death on Wednesday. Brenda Wanga reports.
The family of the late Raila Odinga arrived at the Nyayo National Stadium ahead of his body for the start of the state funeral in his honor. While those who filled the stadium came to mourn the political Raila, for Ida Odinga, her children Rosemary, Junior and Winnie, they were here to honor a man they simply knew as husband, father and grandfather.
Well, Miss Mo, my dad, or my superhero. I've been the luckiest girl in the world because you are my dad. Only 3 other human beings were as lucky as me: Fidel, Rosie, and Junior.
To me, he was my advisor. He was a friend. He was also someone who understood me very well, and my children and my siblings.
The Odinga family reminding Kenyans that beyond the politics and the power was a man deeply cherished by his own. They spoke of family memories powered by intimate gatherings and conversations.
Miss our family moments, our laughter, our conversation. I will miss watching Arsenali with you. I miss make Arsenali.
His widow lifting the veil on the secret to their 50+ years of marriage.
Just like any other family, there's been ups and downs. But as we continue living together, we've learned how to cope because we all have weaknesses and strengths. We learned to talk straight to one another. We learned to speak the truth, and we learned to forgive and move on.
But even as they bid him farewell here in Nairobi, the family is still processing the sudden loss visited upon them and setting their record straight on his demise in India. Winnie was with her father to the very end.
He died in my arms, but he did not die like people have been saying on social media. Every day he was waking up and walking, and every day he would do 1 round. The next day he would push 2 rounds. That morning he pushed to 5 rounds. He died strong, when with dignity and with pride, and you must be proud of that.
His older brother also regaling the mourners with tales from years before that defined their relationship beyond blood.
His left hand was very fast. He could give you something to teach you a lesson that you must always be truthful. He protected me and my brother, the later Gola, because he was more brave in confronting anybody who attacked us.
These families' eulogies and tributes transformed the state funeral into a powerful collective memory that established not only Raila's immense public legacy, but also the enduring, unconditional love of his family. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
Those are excerpts of tributes paid to former Prime Minister Raila Odinga at the state funeral earlier today. The nation listened in solemn silence as his family, the people who knew him beyond politics, paid heartfelt tributes to the man Kenya fondly called Baba. And now we head over to Bondo, where Sam Gituku has been giving us updates. This is going to be Raila Odinga's final resting place, and Sam Gituku has walked us through preparations there, the digging of the grave, as well as talking to workers who worked for Raila Odinga earlier during our 7 p.m. broadcast, and also in the course of the day, just talking to leaders who also made their way there ahead of the burial. Sam, you've been there for the better part of the day. Bring us up to speed with what's been happening and indeed what you can tell us as of now as regards preparations.
Good evening, Lillian. We're still at the Opoda farm. This is the family home of Raila Odinga, and obviously, as you would expect, a lot of activity during the day that we've been able to witness. Let me just introduce you and the viewer that may be joining us at this point, that this is one of the sitting rooms that are at this home, and behind me is the seat that ordinarily Dr. Ida Odinga would be sitting. It is reserved for her. Nobody else is allowed to sit on it. And then here in the middle, there is the seat of Raila Odinga, Baba, as the country knows him. It is covered in a white cloth to signify the importance of the moment. Obviously, that he has departed, the seat remains preserved in his honor, and it's such a significant statement to even reflect on at such a particular time. But then also I'm here in the sitting room with some of the friends and family that have known Raila Odinga. As a friend, as a family member, like you rightly say, earlier on we spoke to some of the people that worked with this family, and many of them having to come to the point of calling Raila Odinga as their father and Dr. Ida Odinga as their mother, because they have been that to them. But also earlier on, Lillian, just a few minutes ago of the evening, we have seen the progress being made with the burial site of Raila Odinga. The digging was completed. What was going on at that time is now the beginning of the construction of that particular place, so as to put a bit of concrete to prepare it to a status that they would want to honor Raila Odinga with. So that construction has been going on the past few hours of the night in readiness for the day, which is Sunday. So not so much time that is remaining, but obviously they have had to do what they must do. You recall that earlier on we showed you pictures of the difficulty when it comes to digging that particular grave. Sometime in the evening, the government officers came with their assistance. They came with a driller to help deal with the rock that was on the ground. It was very difficult earlier on, but with that driller, they were able to sort of expedite the process so that they can also save on time, because you can imagine the amount of work that is still ahead of them to ensure that that place is ready for interment of Raila Odinga. So preferably they would want to complete before the end of tomorrow, because all eyes will now turn to a different location when it comes to the funeral service on Sunday. But also, like I was telling you earlier, there was that difficulty in the young men that were there to go ahead, use the chisel and the mattock as well as the mallet to be in a position. Excuse me, sorry about that. Just to ensure that they were able to work on that particular location. So what we saw were very determined young men, ready to put all their energies, all their effort. We spoke to some of the men that were saying that despite how difficult it is to go ahead and dig that grave, they were ready to put in all the effort they have because of the honor, the respect that they have for the fallen leader. Obviously, we would expect that, yes, it's a difficult job, but it has to be done. And what a better way to honor the man in preparing his final resting place when it comes to the moment that we are at as a country. But at the same time, we've also been to different locations, because this Bondo constituency in Siaya County, a lot of things going on. We have the site that will be used for the funeral service come on Sunday. That is at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. The grounds were being prepared for that particular funeral service. So to witness is the putting up of the tents that will be required. It's going to take a U-shape to ensure that the members of the public find a place, the members of the clergy or the church will find a place, the dignitaries find a place, especially leaders, and also the family members will find a place. But there will also be one of the main days which will be used for the presidential entourage and also senior government officials. That is at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, which will be the center of the focus come on Sunday from the morning hours when the funeral service will be taking place. But before we get to all that, Lillian, there is the importance of what was happening today here at the Opoda farm. If I may bring you back here, a lot of activity, a lot of young men and women, a lot of middle-aged persons, but also the elderly, making their way here, because you recall that yesterday Dr. Oburu Oginga Odinga came and opened the home for the mourning to continue. He calls it, all the community here calls it, bringing the cry home. So today what we saw are the members of the public visiting, different leaders visiting, coming to offer their condolences, but at the same time to be with the people that are here. You can imagine that a lot of attention is also turning to this particular place, and therefore the security officers were here to ensure that the entry is limited or is controlled, that because of the heavy number or high number of people that are coming, you'd want that the entrance to be a bit managed, because yesterday what we were witnessing is that the numbers were so high within the compound. At some point it was becoming difficult to manage the expectations of every mourner who gets here. So what we witnessed today is that outside the gate there is a tent or tents that have been put up for people who want to come here. They can sit, they can offer their condolences, they can express themselves, express their grief, but at the same time making sure that they do not interfere with those people that may want to have a more intimate relationship with the family that is here, or the family and friends that are within the home of RAILA Odinga. Now, what we also saw is different leaders visiting, including the governor of Siaya County and the former member of parliament, but now cabinet secretary for energy, Opio Wandai. They were here and they spoke. We could listen to what they had to say when they were here at the Opoda farm.
I am happy that Siaya County is ready to receive guests who will be coming to mourn with us. And I'm also happy that Siaya County is proud to give Baba a befitting send-off as our foremost leader, not only in this region but in the whole country. Secondly, I want to thank profusely, I want to thank in a very, very big way His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, for making a proclamation to accord Baba Raila Amolo Odinga a state funeral with full military honors. That is something that we cannot take for granted, because he has simply used his discretion as the Commander-in-Chief to make that proclamation. Many of you will recall that even Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who was the first Vice President of this Republic, was never accorded such honor when he passed on in 1994. And therefore, thank you very much, Your Excellency President William Ruto, for honoring not only Baba and the Jaramogi family, but honoring the Luo community and generally the followership of Baba as a whole. Thirdly and lastly, indeed, is to affirm that Baba has left us as a people in government. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga has left us in government led by President William Ruto. And that is where we are going to stay till the end. Yes. Yes. Till the end.
It is indeed a tragedy for us. For me, I never believed that such a day will come when we do not have Jacom around. Kenya has lost one of its most consequential sons and patriots. In fact, I can say without fear of contradiction that Raila Amolo Odinga is the greatest Kenyan that ever lived. And for that reason, I appeal all to our people in the entire Republic and in Nyanza and in Siaya to give us time and space to have a distinguished send-off for our son and leader, Raila Amolo Odinga. As you know, through the state and the President of the Republic of Kenya, there was a proclamation to give Raila Amolo Odinga a state funeral. And for that reason, we are going to have guests from all over the world here in Bondo. The final journey ends here in Bondo and in Siaya. So we plead for calmness and peace as we mourn our hero, our legend, so that the world can see from the ceremonies and the functions that we are going to have that we really and truly loved him as our leader.
Sam Gituku is reporting live from Bondo, Siaya County at Opoda Farm amid burial preparations for the late Raila Odinga. And we've seen Sam take us inside where he will be interred.
Most people think that managing blood sugar is just about avoiding sugar. Too much sugar. That's only part of the story. The real issue isn't just what you eat, but how your body responds to it. And if you don't understand what's happening on the inside, you might be wasting time, money, and effort on things which don't work. As a doctor, I've seen so many people struggle with this. That's why I put together a free training where I walk you through 3 little-known insights that could give you a new approach to how you manage your blood sugar. Click the link on or around this video to be directed to a page where you can sign up.
His youngest daughter, Winnie, also took the moment to set the record straight on the circumstances surrounding his death on Wednesday. But also present were leaders, and among them was President William Ruto, who said that he owes the former Prime Minister. "I owe you," those were his words. And this was President William Ruto's tribute to the former Prime Minister, the late Raila Odinga, during his funeral service held at the Nyayo National Stadium today. Ruto, who recounted his years of a roller coaster relationship with Odinga, praised him for his ability to always rise up to the occasion and stand in the gap whenever the country needed him. Emmanuel Tor was there and tells us more.
Round the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountaintop.
He chose to mourn the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga through the political enigma's favorite song, Jamaica Farewell by Harry Belafonte, a melody of longing and gentle sorrow.
Sad to say I'm on my way, won't be back for many a day.
The thousands of mourners who had thronged the Nyayo National Stadium up with a standing ovation, joining in the chorus.
Brown, I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town.
President Ruto, who recounted the over 20 years of the long and windy political relations with Odinga, summing it with the nicknames Odinga had been branded by his supporters, saying they transcended region, class and tribe.
Ward Mary, Ward Nyara Alego, Agwambo, Tinga, Jacom, Enigma, Woodbine, Baba, the man in whose honor we gather here today belong to that rare, irrepressible breed of human being.
President William Ruto reflecting on his recent handshake with the late RAILA, which saw the signing of an MOU between ODM and the UDA party at the KICC in March.
I neither knew that one day we would find ourselves on opposite sides, nor could I have imagined that years later he would stand by me, this time to steady the nation and to help anchor my leadership, culminating in the birth of the broad-based government.
Ruto, who revisited his camaraderie with Odinga in the successful No campaign against the change of the constitution in 2005, admitting to the role of Odinga in stabilizing his government.
Perhaps one of the greatest lessons he taught us was this: in the noble task of statecraft and nation building, there is room for all of us, competitors and collaborators. There was, and there can only be, one Raila Amolo Odinga, a man of great courage.
The president expressing his indebtedness to the former premier.
To you, Baba, I owe you, and I am truly and eternally grateful that our paths crossed and that we shared this journey together.
The president saying although he may be departed, Odinga's spirit lives on.
The man, the myth, the legend, Raila Amolo Odinga, the engineer of Kenyan politics, a name that will transcend generations, was showered by heaps of praises for his contributions in the nation-making. President William Ruto leading other leaders in mourning him as a steadfast, true son of the soil. Emmanuel Tor, Citizen TV, at the Nyayo National Stadium, Nairobi.
Emmanuel Tor there bringing us reflections of President William Ruto today during Raila Odinga's state funeral, calling him by the many names he was known by, including the most famous, which was Baba, which means father in Swahili, and of course was a term of endearment used by his supporters, portraying him as a patriarch and steady figure in Kenya's democratic struggle. Also there was former President Uhuru Kenyatta, and a standing ovation met him at the Nyayo Stadium, welcoming the former president as he took to the podium during the state funeral service of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. The overwhelming cheers from the crowd momentarily interrupted his speech, leaving Kenyatta visibly moved by the warm reception. In an emotional tribute, Kenyatta eulogized Odinga as a national icon who gave his all for a better country. Melita Oletenges reports.
Asanteni sana. Mama Aida Odinga, Rosemary.
A loud roar greeted former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta as he took to the podium at Nyayo National Stadium. The crowd erupting in cheers that brought his speech to a halt repeatedly before he could get into it.
Asante sana, nimeshukuru, thank you.
A speech anticipated by many, especially in the wake of the passing of one of Kenya's most prominent political icons. Kenyatta's words were met with applause and emotional outbursts as he paid tribute to Raila Odinga, whom he described not only as a statesman, but as a brother and true friend.
Lakini kama Wakenya kutoka kona zote tulimjua na tukamheshimu kama baba.
Kenyatta praised Odinga's patriotism and unwavering commitment to putting Kenya first, above personal interests.
Raila Alikupenda kwa sababu ya maono yako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya fikira zako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya vitendo yako, lakini sio kwa sababu ya rangi yako ama kabila lako.
He further emphasized that Odinga's role in advancing democracy and defending human rights in Kenya cannot be forgotten or diminished.
Historia ya demokrasia katika taifa letu la Kenya haiwezi iandikwe bila la jina la Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. Historia ya Kenya ya kutetea haki za kibinadamu na haki za wananchi wote haiwezi iandikwe bila jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja.
And in a firm message, Kenyatta vowed that the ideals Raila stood for would not be reversed.
Tutakubali kama Wakenya haki za kibinadamu, demokrasia na mambo yale yote ambayo Raila alitetea, hatutakubali arudi nyuma.
Injecting some humor into an otherwise somber occasion, the former president reflected on his lighter moments with Raila, sharing personal stories that drew laughter from the crowd.
Kastori kadogo tu sio kubwa. Najua tukiwa tulia kidogo hapo nini tunapewa kakitu kidogo hapo. Kwani munacheka, mimi kakitu kidogo nasema uji na chai. Lakini wakati tulikuwa tunapiga gumzo, saa nyingine tulikuwa tunajiuliza, unajua jamani, wale wazee ambao wameenda, wakina Jaramogi, wakina Jomo, wakina Nkrumah, wakina Mwalimu Nyerere, jameni, unafikirianga wakiketi wanaongeanga mambo gani? Mimi nilikuwa nasema unajua wanaongea siasa kama sisi, wanatuangalia tu na mambo hii yetu ya upuzi hapo, wanatuchekelea. Anasema lakini unajua I'm very keen kujua. Sasa ndugu yangu, umeenda mbele yangu, sasa tayari najua mnajiongeleshana huko, na sio ati niko na haraka ya kuja kuwafikia, lakini bado tunataka tutulie kidogo. Mwenyezi Mungu atusaidie, lakini najua wakati wetu tukifika utakuwa hapo kutuambia njia ya kutembea hizo mabarabara za huko.
Kenyatta promised to carry forward Raila's vision and care for his family as his own. A storied political journey and a camaraderie that flourished during Raila Odinga's sunset days. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta says the name Raila Odinga will go down the annals of history as the father of democracy, and that the light moments and memories they shared in between will be cherished in this life and in the next. Melita Oletenges, Citizen TV at Nyayo Stadium, Nairobi.
Right, and Raila's farewell journey continues to Kisumu tomorrow, where, as we had told you earlier, hundreds of mourners filled the streets of Kisumu this evening in a moving candlelit vigil to honor the late Raila Amolo Odinga. Stephen Letor is on standby in Kisumu ahead of the arrival of the former Prime Minister's body tomorrow. Stephen, earlier we had seen images of a very moving procession there, a vigil by mourners who lit candles in honor of the late Raila Odinga. What's happening on your end?
Well, good evening from the lakeside city of Kisumu. Indeed, all the actions have been in Nairobi, and suddenly all the eyes are now on Kisumu and Siaya, where from tomorrow the body viewing will be taking place at the Mamboleo area stadium. That is from 8 o'clock. What we already know is that there are plans to, airlift Raila Odinga's body all the way from Nairobi directly to the stadium to to ensure that there is no delay in getting the body to the stadium, because already Kisumu city is full. The locals here attempted to get to the stadium as early as 6 o'clock, but the security agencies intervened to ensure that all the gates are locked, and the gates will be opened at 6 a.m. according to the authorities and security agencies that we've been able to speak to this evening here in Kisumu. A lot has been happening after the blockage of the mourners who wanted to pitch tent or to keep vigil at the Mamboleo Stadium. And what that has triggered is that all the mourners are then retreated to Kisumu CBD and its environs. And what is happening right now is mourning and keeping vigil across several streets here in Kisumu. In fact, at the at the Kondele roundabout, the mourners had erected and stayed there, and putting tents and keeping vigil, and they had blocked roads, the major highways of Kisumu Bussi and Kisumu Kakamega, that even triggered or made the intervention of the security agencies to intervene and try to ensure that that place is left and that traffic flow is able to continue as was. But that is the situation. Noises across the city as anxiety grips the lakeside city of Kisumu as the residents here are waiting to receive the body of the late RAILA ODINGA, whose body is expected to be here at 8 a.m. in the morning. Of course, the program is expected to run the whole day, but the state funeral and the communication we have here in Kisumu is that they intend to drive the body from Mamboleo Stadium here in Kisumu by road to Bondo, but it will depend on how long the viewing of the body will be taking. The security agencies here in Kisumu say they are expecting about 60,000 mourners to turn up at the Mamboleo Stadium to observe that and to view RAILA ODINGA's body. But before that, they will be preceded by a short prayer service before ushering in mourners to start viewing the body. Very critical indeed is to see and ensure there will be no sort of stampede or commotion that might disrupt the exercise. And what we have seen is a heavy deployment of security officers and personnel to ensure that each and every terrace is managed, and of course where the body will be put and the queues that will be heading to where the body is will be properly managed by the security personnel. And that is why they intend to make it as seamless as possible to ensure that it takes the little time, less time to give the body time to travel by road all the way to Bondo, where there will be a night vigil before the Sunday burial. So the security has been heightened here in Kisumu, but already, like I've told you earlier, is that the city is already full as mourners continue to troop in to await the body. Tomorrow 6 o'clock is the time the gates will be opening for the mourners to get in and begin or start the journey to view RAILA ODINGA's body that will later be heading to Siaya County, Bondo constituency in particular. And so we continue to keep vigil and see what will be transpiring the whole night here in Kisumu. But of course, our early morning will be, of course, in Mamboleo Stadium to see how the choppers will be landing there at the stadium to bring the body of RAILA ODINGA. And of course, we have our Sky team, Emmanuel Toa and Sot Olale, will be accompanying the military helicopter side by side that will be bringing the body of RAILA ODINGA. And so we will be live, ground and sky, to bring you the very latest. So keep it, Citizen TV, tomorrow from 6 o'clock.
Stephen Leto, many thanks. Stephen, they're reporting to us live from Kisumu County, where, as you can see, the atmosphere there in the lakeside city remains charged, both electric and, of course, mournful, as mourners converge to pay their respects to the late former Prime Minister RAILA ODINGA, and that is also ahead of tomorrow's public viewing there. Back here at the state funeral in Nairobi County, Professor David Kodia, Bishop of the Anglican Church of Kenya, Bondo Diocese, received a standing ovation at the conclusion of a fiery sermon that condemned corrupt leaders for using their positions in power to loot the country instead of serving the nation. The preacher warning that such leaders stand condemned, calling on public servants to emulate the former Prime Minister's legacy of advocating for equity and humanity through shared resources and human rights advocacy. Seth Olale with the highlights of the charged sermon.
Thousands of mourners who thronged the Nyayo Stadium to attend the state funeral service of former Premier Raila Odinga were charged up and animated by the fiery sermon delivered by Professor David Kodia, Bishop of the Bondo Diocese of the Anglican Church. In his sermon, Bishop Kodia slammed corrupt politicians for using their position in power to loot from public coffers instead of serving the nation, noting that such characters did not embody Raila's clarion call for the country's liberation.
We should not be fearful. Word proclaimed must have the power to transform, must have the power to make us renewed in our strength for the liberation of our country from those who are looting everything from us, from country level to everywhere.
Bishop Kodia calling out politicians who had stooped low by allowing Kenya to become a hub of corruption, saying such habits have transformed the society into a culture of handouts in exchange for service delivery.
I want us to make a testament with the people of Kenya. If there is anyone here at whatever level, be you a governor, be you an MCA, be you whoever it is who has looted this country, you know you stand the chance of being condemned.
The preacher warning that such leaders stand condemned, calling on public servants to emulate the former Prime Minister's legacy of advocating for equity and humanity through shared resources and human rights advocacy.
How many can fit in the shoes of Raila Odinga today? How many can fit in that shoes today as I speak? A humble servant that many people never listened to. A man who believed in God that many people did not know. I tell you, as his bishop, he is a person that we have lost.
The crowd honoring Bishop Kodia with a standing ovation, waving the Kenyan flag as the clergy concluded his sermon.
As we bid farewell to Baba, in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
In condemning injustice against the citizens, religious leaders presiding over the state funeral of former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga want all those occupying vital positions in all arms of government be held accountable in order to enhance proper governance. Seth Olale, Citizen TV, Nyayo National Stadium.
The body of the late Raila Amolo Odinga was finally taken to Parliament buildings to lie in state and for the last respects after Thursday's planned viewing was disrupted. His final journey in Nairobi began at Lee Funeral Home, proceeded to Parliament for official honours, and later moved to Nyayo Stadium for the state funeral where thousands of Kenyans gathered to pay their last respects. Citizen TV's Ben Kirui reports on the late Raila Odinga's procession.
At exactly 6:28 a.m., the gun carriage bearing the body of the late Raila Amolo Odinga left the Lee Funeral Home, making its way through Valley Road, Kenyatta Avenue, and Uhuru Highway before arriving at the Parliament buildings. A dignified viewing chamber had been prepared inside Parliament to allow leaders and dignitaries to pay their last respects to the former Prime Minister, as the nation continued to mourn one of the most influential and iconic figures in Kenya's political history. The public viewing was originally scheduled
Show your confidence with skin that looks this good. New Nivea Nourishing Cocoa, now with Rt.Hon.
The ceremony was temporarily moved to Kasarani International Stadium to accommodate the massive crowds. After prayers led by bishops from the Anglican Church, the viewing resumed. Leaders led by President William Ruto and parliamentarians catching the last glimpse of the man many regarded as a symbol of resilience and democracy. The procession later made its way to Nyayo National Stadium for the state funeral, which was attended by leaders across the political divide, foreign dignitaries, and thousands of Kenyans.
Uwanja wa kimataifa ama ukipenda uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo.
The emotional ceremony featured heartfelt tributes, prayers, messages of condolence, military honors, cultural rites, and speeches celebrating Raila's legacy. Hundreds of mourners were then given a second to view the body and bid their final farewell. The day concluded with a moving military salute as security officers, including members of the armed forces, paid their last respects. The national flag was then draped over the casket before the body was transported back to Lee Funeral Home, marking the close of a historic day of state funeral for the former Prime Minister.
This marks the end of the Nairobi leg of the final journey of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, where thousands gathered to bid him farewell. The funeral procession now moves to Kisumu, where residents of the lakeside city will pay their last respects on Saturday before the final journey and burial in Bondo on Sunday. Ben Kiroi, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
2 people have died and tens of others were injured in a stampede at Nyayo National Stadium when thousands were allowed to view the body of the late former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. The incident happened minutes after the end of the state funeral, which was largely a military affair. 12 military officers in the rank of major were the pallbearers who moved the casket from Lee Funeral Home to Parliament and eventually to the Nyayo National Stadium, where thousands gathered to pay their last respects. The state funeral service brought together leaders from across the political divide and supporters of Kenya's political giant who did not hide their emotions as they mourned their hero. Gatete Njoroge reports.
From as early as 6 a.m., all roads within the city leading to the Nyayo National Stadium were packed with crowds. From the young to the old, they braved the morning cold to honor former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. They came well prepared, mourning in their different ways. Twigs, vuvuzelas, and portraits were in plenty. And the moment they spotted the gun carriage en route to the stadium from Parliament, the crowd went wild. The arrival of the gun carriage at Nyayo National Stadium was the start of a military event to honor the man who served as Kenya's second prime minister. With police outriders leading the gun carriage, the team did a lap of honor for Odinga as mourners wailed across the stadium. After the lap of honor, 12 military officers in the rank of major, drawn from Kenya Army, Kenya Navy and Kenya Air Force, took charge of the flag-draped casket. In their ceremonial uniform, marching steadily behind members of the clergy from the Anglican Church of Kenya and KDF chaplain, they wheeled the casket to the middle of the pitch where Odinga's family was seated. As they wheeled the casket, 22 military officers in present arms positioned themselves as they gave the guard of honor to the former premier. Once the casket was placed on the catafalque in the designated arena, they took leave to allow for the program of the day to continue. Odinga's famous hat was placed on top of the coffin before visiting dignitaries including Somalia President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, Ethiopia President Taye Selassie, Tanzania's Vice President Philip Mpango, and South Sudan Vice President Rebecca Nyandeng were allowed to pay their last respects.
Down the bay, the mountain top, where the sun shines on a mountain top, I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached India, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way.
Raila Odinga's favorite song brought life at the emotional ceremony. The Joey Joey chant, which the late Odinga used at funerals of prominent figures, was adopted to honor him by his own son.
Joey, Joey, Joey.
The presence of a flying whisk, which was Raila's way of honoring those who had passed on, this time was in the hands of his older brother Oburu Oginga. The choir led the crowd in songs as they marked the end of an era of one of Kenya's finest politicians, whose influence transcended the country's borders. And after the state funeral service, thousands of Kenyans were given the opportunity to view the late Raila Odinga and pay their last respects. Military personnel took charge of the process as other security officers provided support to control the crowd.
I've never slept. I just came in right here because I thought I would not get the time to be in. But thank God I'm waiting for him to see him now.
Leo nimetembea na picha ya mzee, ameleta multi-party Kenya. Hata uhuru tuko nao saa hizi, yeye ametupatia ndio tuko free saa hizi.
With the surging crowd, a stampede, 2 people confirmed dead, with tens of others sustaining injuries. Medics deployed to the stadium to handle emergency cases attended to those with minor injuries, as those who sustained serious injuries were taken to hospitals by ambulances. After viewing, the casket was wheeled by the military officers to a waiting hearse from Lee Funeral Home and taken to the funeral home. Gatete Njoroge, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Unfortunate scenes there from the Nyayo National Stadium, and earlier we had seen Senator Oburu Oginga, who is the co-chair of the committee planning for Raila Odinga's state funeral, urging Kenyans to maintain peace and give the late Raila Odinga a decent send-off, calling on them to avoid such scenes so that utmost calm may be maintained. And that was those are some of the scenes that we were seeing today during the state funeral and after, of course, the funeral procession had left. Those were the unfortunate incidents that were witnessed there. Let's now cross over to Kisumu, where preparations at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium are in high gear ahead of the public viewing of the body of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga that will take place on Saturday. Interior PS Raymond Omolo Amolo led a team in inspecting the stadium where the viewing exercise will take place. And as Laura Otieno reports, leaders have urged mourners to remain calm, with some already having made their way to the stadium.
Hours before the body of former Prime Minister, the late Raila Odinga, arrives at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium in Mamboleo, residents of Kisumu have been streaming into the stadium, signing the condolence book. As planners go about setting the final touches, some distraught residents continue mourning as they await the public viewing of the fallen leader's body on Saturday.
Niko na ushungu, siwezi kukula, hata kulala kutangu Raila Amolo Odinga kufe. Kulala imenishinda, hata kukula imenishinda, ndio naongea na sauti kidogo, sina nguvu. Tusikwe na kuvurugana, tupange tu line menye tupate order taratibu.
I also want to urge leaders that they shun from succession politics. This is not the time to play succession politics. What we need right now is peace and unity as one people, because that's what Raila Amolo Odinga advocated for. Joey! Joey!
Security has also been beefed up at the stadium and around Mamboleo as a multitude of people are expected to attend the public viewing.
We expect members of the public at the very least to be in or start streaming in by 7 a.m. in the morning. So the order of events is that as soon as the body is here, there will be no public speeches. There will only be a quick prayer by the clergy, and then the process of viewing will begin. And it will go on until 2:30, latest 3 p.m. for the body to be moved to Bondo.
It is a solemn occasion tomorrow. It is a mourning, not a merrymaking or a feast. The people to come here early, there will be marshals showing people how to line so that everybody gets an opportunity to see the Prime Minister and then leave.
According to the planning committee, the stadium is accessible to those who wish to spend the night in anticipation of the arrival of the body of the former Prime Minister on Saturday, but will be required to leave immediately after viewing the body.
Mungu aweke baba mahali peponi.
Laura Otieno, Citizen TV.
Joey! The king is dead.
Telling us that there will be no public speeches at the public viewing at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium in Kisumu tomorrow. There will be no public speeches ahead of the public viewing and during the public viewing as well. And former Interior Cabinet Secretary and presidential aspirant Fred Matiang'i has opened up about the difficult days he faced to ensure no one was harmed after Raila Odinga declared he would swear himself in as the people's president following the 2017 presidential election. Matiang'i also revealed for the first time how Odinga persuaded him to set aside his own 2022 presidential ambitions and stand by him and his council after Matiang'i's home was raided following the 2022 election. Wilulu Siga tells us more.
On January 30th, 2018, following the 2017 presidential election, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, then Interior CS, found himself dealing with a momentous challenge after the late Raila Odinga saw himself in as the people's president following defeat to President Uhuru Kenyatta.
So help me God.
Matiang'i, tasked with coordinating police operations, ensured that contrary to many expectations, the process concluded without any incidents or injuries.
Kusema tu kweli, mimi namshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa sababu hiyo sherehe ilifanyika katika Uhuru Park ikamalizika without a single shot being fired or without a single incident, na tulikuwa na watu pale karibu 7,000.
He described Odinga as a fair-minded person who held no desire for revenge. Even on opposing sides, Odinga offered guidance whenever they met.
There's not a single day, not once, that I met with Raila, even in those difficult times, and he didn't laugh about it. and he didn't joke about it and so on. Anachukua muda kukuzungumzia kidogo, anakuambia unajua msifanye hivi ama msifanye hivi. Hii inaweza kuleta shida.
Despite being in the opposition, Odinga was always informed of major security operations as instructed by President Kenyatta.
Before the handshake, President Kenyatta had this interest that when we are taking a major action, like even in Bussi too, alituambia, you know, tukishamaliza hii maneno tunafanya, give Raila a call and mention to him this is what we are doing and so on, ili nao waelewe.
A year later, after the grand handshake between Odinga and then President Uhuru Kenyatta, their relationship strengthened and Odinga persuaded Matiang'i to set aside his 2022 presidential ambitions.
And then I had a conversation with Raila at that time, and frankly he convinced me. Nikamwambia mzee, twende mbele, twende katika uchaguzi. And the Lord will provide. You know, another time will come up at that point in time. And I believed in him.
Matiang'i added that Odinga was the only leader who protected him, especially when his home was attacked after the 2022 election by the new regime.
On the day when there was an attempted raid at my house, Raila arrived with several members of ODM, stood up for me at my greatest hour of need. Then he told me, you know, there are people in this world who get power and they behave like this.
He noted that without IBC authority, Odinga would have won in 2022 and Matiang'i had no powers to safeguard the process.
Shida tumekuwa nayo ni usimamizi wa uchaguzi. Usimamizi wa uchaguzi mbaya. Unaweza kuona clearly wakati tume ya uchaguzi inaegemea upande mmoja na ikianza kushughulika na kuharibu wako huko na wako na madaraka yao. Hakuna kitu unaweza kufanya. Tokea waziri wa usalama uweze kumwasimisha mwenyekiti wa uchaguzi umwambie afanye hivi, na unaweza kuona wakati mwingine makosa yakifanyika kabisa na mapendeleo ya wale watu ambao wanasimamia uchaguzi.
Willy Lusige, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
The families of those who were shot during a scuffle that ensued at Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani on Thursday are demanding justice. Vincent Otieno Ogutu and Evans Kiche are among the 3 people who have so far been confirmed dead, with their families insisting that their love for the late former Premier Raila Odinga was not a crime to warrant their untimely death. Safin Achieng Oma spoke to the families and filed the following report.
As the country united in mourning the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga for a 3rd consecutive day, the pain hit differently for Yvonne Akinyi, the wife of one of the 3 people who were shot dead on Thursday afternoon following a scuffle that ensued between the police and mourners at Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani. The late Vincent Otieno Ogutu was among thousands who had turned up in overwhelming numbers to view the body of the former premier. He walked into the stadium alive, only for his father to later receive a call to collect his body.
Nikapata kama mwili yake tayari imewekwa kwa gari. Sasa nikaingia kwa gari. Nikatoa machozi mingi sana, kwa maana ni kijanangu peke yake peke.
It was very painful because as I know him, I know he was innocent.
And the saddest part is that the person who shot him in the chest, the left side. I think it was a targeted shot, not an accidental shot.
The same heaviness is shared by the family of Evans Kiche, a 40-year-old father of 3. Kiche was shot in the head. His wife struggles to recount the moments of fear and how she grew increasingly worried about his safety. Evans worked as a chef at a restaurant just a few meters from the stadium, the chosen venue for the public viewing.
Akamwambia okay ni sawa, but make sure umetoka before Raila fike Kasarani. Kufika saa 7:30 I called my husband. Akaniambia ati anatoka. Nimpe tu dakika moja, we talk around 52 seconds.
That was the last time she spoke to her husband. Moments later, his phone went off, and hours after came the devastating news of his death.
I was not fine, and I called the number again immediately. Nikamwambia, what is it? Talk to me, I'm the wife to Evans. Akaniambia, we are very sorry, the body of Evans iko City-Mortuary.
If you see how the body of the late is lying there at City-Mortuary, I can't comprehend. Yeah, the eyes are not there. I don't know what happened. The body, it is so pathetic. So we are mourning our kin, and we are so disappointed with the government.
We are really going through a very difficult moment, both financially, emotionally, socially, everything. We are just here, as you see us. Hata tunashinda tutafikisha mwili aje nyumbani.
According to Vocal Africa's CEO, Hussein Khalid, 3 deaths have so far been confirmed, 2 of which have been positively identified. He is now calling on security agencies deployed during this mourning period to exercise restraint and refrain from using excessive force.
We don't want to see more deaths associated with this funeral. Evans and Vincent were innocent Kenyans who were just going there to send off Baba, yet they are no more.
As they wait for the post-mortem exercise scheduled for next week, Tuesday, their questions remain unanswered, even as they strive to process the overwhelming pain of losing their loved ones. For now, their plea is for the government to ensure that justice is served. Safin Achieng Oma, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has been chairing the State Funeral Committee for former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, and earlier he had given us a brief of what is expected from now ahead of the burial on Sunday. Let's listen into what he had to say.
For the funeral service, another important event took place, and again we are grateful that we were able to have the mortal remains of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga lie in state at Parliament buildings. It was our intention yesterday. It wasn't possible. It was possible this morning, and we are very grateful to Parliament for facilitating that important state's rights. And in Parliament, the legislators were able to give their respects to our fallen leader, and also all the 3 arms of government were represented. The executive, led by President William Ruto, the 2 speakers of Parliament, and the Chief Justice Martha Koome, who also graced the occasion and also graced the event in Nyayo Stadium. I also must appreciate there are many other leaders whom I cannot mention, especially at Nyayo Stadium, and I did note the other time at the stadium that former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, among others, were also present. And therefore, it is also important to announce to the country that we are pleased with what has happened in the afternoon. We had another event again, and that is the public viewing of the mortal remains of our departed leader. Thousands of mourners, members of the public, the rank and file, supporters and fellow citizens of our fallen leader were able to pay respects to the body of our leader. We are very pleased as a committee that that exercise, which just ended a few minutes to 5 p.m., has continued and ended peacefully, solemnly, and in utmost dignity. notwithstanding that there were thousands of people who patiently queued, waited, performed their respects, and left the stadium. We don't take it for granted. The National State Funeral Committee, therefore, announces that the second day of mourning has been a success and pleads with mourners to continue with the same spirit as the nation enters into the 3 days of mourning tomorrow. Allow me I've just remembered I should have also appreciated the presence of the Vice President of South Sudan at the stadium, Excellency Rebecca Garang. I think I'd mentioned during the event in the day. So we are happy the second day has come to an end. We are praying and pleading that tomorrow, the third day, will even be better. We will dignify our leader. We will respect our leader. We will mourn in dignity. It is heavy, but we must do everything to protect the image of our fallen leader and the image of Kenya, because Raila Odinga was a global leader. Therefore, tomorrow, Saturday, 18th of October 2025, the mortal remains of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga will be airlifted to Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu by the Kenya Defence Forces, arriving at 8 a.m. or thereabouts. Members of the public are requested to be settled by 7 a.m. to dignify the arrival of the remains of our leader. There will be public viewing of the mortal remains of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga at Mamboleo grounds for most of the day, until we are satisfied that everyone has had a chance to respect the remains of our leader. Thereafter, the body will be taken to Bondo for an overnight stay before burial on Sunday. The program for Sunday will be given tomorrow, and I want to announce that the committee will provide information about the events on Sunday tomorrow at 7 p.m., but we will do that through a dispatch to media houses, because now we must relocate to Kisumu and Siaya to make sure that the remaining 2 days proceed as we expect them to proceed. Therefore, 7 p.m. tomorrow, there will be a media dispatch to inform members of the public on the program for Sunday as we finalize this very important exercise. We will not be taking any questions today. We have so many things we need to work on immediately after this. We are working throughout the night and then also making our way so that by morning we are able to take charge of the process on the other side. I will only allow the co-chairperson of this committee on behalf of the rest of us to maybe add one or two things, especially from the family perspectives, including what he might consider to be necessary for the public to know. It is now my pleasure to invite my elder brother, my co-chairman of this committee, Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga, whom I am very pleased to work with. And because after he speaks, I will not speak again, I want to thank all my colleagues that you see behind me here, who may not be speaking, but they are doing a great job. They have sacrificed their time. They are the ones responsible for some of the gains that you see we are making. All of them are appreciated individually. We have very senior leaders from the ODM party. We have members of the cabinet. We have family members. And I am very proud to be working with each one of these team members who have made my work very easy. Thank you very much.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki there, who is also chairing the State Funeral Committee, giving an update of what will be happening tomorrow. As you've heard, what happens next is the state viewing at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium at the Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu County. That will be followed by the final send-off on Sunday. That is when the burial will happen in Bondo, Siaya County. Citizen TV continues with its special coverage of the final send-off of one of Kenya's most iconic leaders, even as we continue to receive tributes from across the country and the world over, with the fallen hero really capturing the hearts of many for his remarkable leadership and indeed for the legacy that he leaves behind. My name is Lillian Muli. We continue with this special coverage, but right now we're going to be handing over to 10 over 10, who have a special edition of 10 over 10, a tribute to the fallen leader Raila Amolo Odinga, and that will be with, as always, Aziza and Gooderman. Enjoy the rest of your viewing, even as you stay with Citizen TV's continued special coverage of the proceedings around the burial and the send-off of the late former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. Good night.
Alijinyima ujana wake kwa ajili ya nchi, akatenganishwa na familia yake. Wakamzungusha magerezani usiku na mchana, ili kuzima ya kuleta ukombozi. Walimpiga, wakamtesa, wakamfunga, wakamnyima amani, lakini hakugive up, wala hakucompromise. Alizidi kujitoa. Bussi, Raila Odinga, baba. Raila Odinga, mkombozi wa taifa. Raila Odinga, baba. Raila Odinga, mzalendo wa hakika. Maisha yake ilisimama ndo Kenya songe mbele. Aliamua tanyamaza, lazima apige kelele. Alipigania demokrasia kwa kila njia, ikasababisha afungwe bila hatia. And good years Raila Odinga aliumia, kulala ndani ya maji baridi 24 hours, kupigwa na kuteswa kila wakati gerezani, kutenganishwa na familia na hata dunia, kupigwa tochi kwa macho paka unashed tears, kuishi na fears the next minute tutauliwa. Oh my, what a sad situation. Na haku give up ndo Kenya ipate liberation. Tulikuwa free but under chains za oppression. Haungeweza ongea bila kuwekwa under detention. Hii freedom of speech unaenjoy kama trips, ni juu ya sacrifice ya wazalendo kama baba. Natoa shukrani za dhati toka moyoni kwa kutupigania wa Kenya tupate ukombozi. Hakuna medali ya kutosha, wete medali shukrani za dhati toka moyoni kwa kutupigania wa Kenya tupate ukombozi. Hakuna medali ya kutosha, wete medali Raila Odinga, mkombozi wa taifa.
UG Sound Online Radio is regulated by Uganda Communications Commission.
Your Island Radio. Your Island Radio.
Alijinyima ujana wake kwa ajili ya nchi, akatenganishwa na familia yake. Wakamzungusha magerezani usiku na mchana, ili kuzima azma yake ya kuleta ukombozi. Walimpiga, wakamtesa, wakamfunga, wakamnyima amani, lakini hakugive up, no, wala hakucompromise, no. Alizidi kujitoa, ili Kenya ipate ukombozi. Raila Odinga, baba. Raila Odinga, ukombozi wa taifa. Raila Odinga, baba. Raila Odinga, uzalendo wa hakika. Maisha yake ilisimama ndo Kenya songe mbele. Aliamua tanyamaza, lazima apige kelele. Alipigania demokrasia kwa kila njia, ikasababisha afungwe bila hatia. 9 good years Raila Odinga aliumia, kulala ndani ya maji baridi 24 hours, kupigwa na kuteswa kila wakati gerezani, kutenganishwa na familia na hata dunia, kupigwa tochi kwa macho paka unashed tears, kuishi na fears the next minute tutauliwa. Oh my, what a sad situation. Na haku give up ndo Kenya pate liberation. Tulikuwa free but under chains za oppression. Haungeweza ongea bila kuwekwa under detention. Hey, freedom of speech unaenjoy kama trips, ni juu ya sacrifice ya wazalendo kama baba. Natoa shukrani za dhati toka moyoni kwa kutupigania wa Kenya tupate ukombozi. Hakuna medali ya kutosha, wete medali twakuwezi. Natoa shukrani za dhati toka moyoni kwa kutupigania wa Kenya tupate ukombozi. Hakuna medali ya kutosha, wete medali twakuwezi. Kamko poa, ni aje? Leo niliamka asubuhi tu, lakini kweli jana kuliendaje?
Outrageous 80s, the unstoppable 2Ks, the all-time rhythm and rock. Enjoy Pinoy and the Now sound. All the hits and more. Every day, your time, your choice. This is your Island Radio. Your Island Radio.
The best radio station in the planet.
Oh, it is a BRev Media, Uganda. Kubawo, Mumbera.
Your Island Radio. Your Island Radio.
This is UG Sound, the hottest internet radio. Uliomujayogirako.
UG Sound Online Radio is regulated by Uganda Communications Commission. UG Sound Online Radio is regulated by Uganda Communications Commission.